for this beautiful Sunday. We have some stakes action still to come on the heels of a tremendous racing day yesterday, full of Breeders' Cups preps and graded stakes action. I'm your host, Acacia. Come on as we kick off the action here on FS1. Our feature today, a little bit later on, is the Gio Ponti Stakes on the turf for the 3-year-olds, and a pretty wide open group, just one scratch, and it looks like this is a perfect opportunity for some of these horses to take a bit of a step forward as I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And as I kind of touched on, Andy, with this race, it feels like a lot of these horses are kind of on the cusp of being at the stakes level, or some of the better 3-year-olds in this crop.
I think that's a perfect way to put it. You know, you do have a horse in the rail that did win a stake race up in Canada last time, but I agree. These are sort of horses that have been closing in on being stakes quality, and they're kind of looking a race like this later in the year for 3-year-olds. Obviously, everybody here would like to get out to the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby at Del Mar, and maybe a race like the Hill Prince we run here next month or in early November. So, yeah, they're looking to move forward. You're right. There's nobody in here that has shown so far that they're necessarily at the upper echelon, but there's always room to improve.
Well, as far as Capitol Hill is concerned for Bill Mott, this is a horse that's trying to get back on track after a couple of disappointing efforts. True, against Grade 1 Company going longer, 2 back in the Saratoga Derby, but we're looking at his second place finish in the Manila behind Zulu Kingdom, who has really been one of the top turf milers of that 3-year-old division.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly where this horse is because he got a delicious trip in this race, sitting on a gold rail, angling out in the late stages and getting up for second, a race that featured a very contentious pace, a lot to do with because of how the track had been playing. But he still ran reasonably well. He found a mile and 3/16 a little far for him, and then he found Kentucky Downs a little ridiculous for him, where he had a wide trip to nowhere in that race anyway. Who is he? We'll find out more today.
Right to his inside, Candy Town was a horse that really stepped forward last time out. He was chasing and a bit keen off the layoff 2-back when behind the talented Stars and Strides. He got his own victory with an 88 Beyer speed figure in his most recent effort. Yeah,
I think he's the horse to beat, but the problem is he's also a last time was the time horse. He got a great trip. He ran a big race. He's had excuses in other races. I think he is the horse to beat. The problem is you missed almost 8-1 last time against the lesser field, and now you have to take a much shorter price. But I can't knock this horse. He was very impressive last time out.
Winning by 3.5 lengths that day with Edgar Zayas in the saddle. Will be back aboard today. It is an interesting matchup between some of these horses in the Geoponti, and we'll see who can take that step forward, maybe pick up a stakes win later on today. Here's what else is coming up on the program. 9-race card, Belmont at the Big A. We're fast and firm. We'll also be showing the Delaware Handicap on FS2 a little bit later on. As you see on there, we do move over to FS2 at 1:30 as well. We'll kick off the racing day with race 1, a maiden claiming going a mile, and last man standing looking like he should be the last man standing against this field.
Linda Rice had a hammerlock in this race with the 2 best horses. She scratched one, she's running the other, and he's a huge favorite.
The rest of the field starts off with My Man Magoo. Price to the inside here is probably the other horse, so to speak, in Nance.
My Man Magoo ran his best dirt race ever last time out, and Nance feels like the second likeliest winner, getting back to the dirt off the claim for Carlos Martin.
Linkers go back on Cyber Beast.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well enough 2-back to say he has a chance to get a piece.
Daytona Moonshine has not shown much.
No, he's one of the reasons that the favorite is 1-9.
The 5 is out. Here is the number 6 down the line. Another one a little bit hard to recommend.
I agree. I mean, he's got that one, though I will say with his second start for Roy Lerman, he ran fast enough to at least get a piece here.
And there's your favorite, last man standing.
Basically, every race he's ever run is better than this field, and every race he's run on a dry track is significantly better than this field. If somebody beats him, it's because he didn't show up. He runs anywhere close to his good races. He's going to win.
1-9, and he should be. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Heavy favorite, last man standing. Looks like very much the horse to beat on paper. How does he look in person? Let's find out as we check in trackside with Maggie Wolfendale. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia. And while back in the paddock, I was expressing a little bit of concern, well, at least to myself, about the fact that your heavy favorite, Last Man Standing, has only been around 2 turns, and it is a differently run race around the one, is because you have to run a little bit faster and yet that long straightaway. So you don't get that kind of breather midway through. And I was just worried that maybe because he was so laid back that he wasn't sharp enough. Well, that notion has completely gone out the window watching this warm up here with Kendrick Carmouche. He is on it, and he is actually being a bit of a handful for Kendrick to pull up here. Actually, looks like the outrider might be willing to help him get him back. It looks as though he has now, but a horse that just looks tremendous physically, and if he didn't get this warm up, I'd express a little bit of reservation for the fact that is he sharp enough to be able to keep up here, but he definitely is, and he is your likeliest winner. Now, your second choice, at least as of now, is number 2, Nance, who is running his first start on the dirt as a gelding, as he was gelded before his last effort, first off the claim for Carlos Martin, and they tried the turf. It didn't go that well. But the thing with this guy is he's always carried an abundance of weight, and I thought that maybe gelding him would tuck him up a bit. It hasn't. I don't see any difference in this horse. In fact, if anything, he's going kind of the other way. He looks as though he's a little bit heavier through his barrel. So I get why he might be appealing. He's just not making the best of impressions on me here in the preliminaries. However, a horse that I wasn't expecting to like at all is number 3, Cyber Beast, for trainer Greg Sacco, second off the claim here, in which they experimented taking the blinkers off with this guy, shortening him up to that Wilson Chute mile. And he just looked lost, right? He didn't break that well. Now it's like putting blinkers back on, and some horses need those blinkers as kind of their badge of courage. It makes them feel more secure. It makes them feel braver. And I feel like that could very well be the case here with Cyber Beast, as he looked great in the paddock. He looked even better, Acacia, out on the racetrack, warming up beautifully beneath Christopher Elliott. So I know he does not look good on pace. I can't recommend it at all on form. But besides the favorite, he was the next best looking option.
And he's 15-1. Maggie, thank you. Cyber Beast to add a bit of a price. We'll see if the equipment change in second time for the barn can help him to take a step forward. He did show speed, at least 2 starts back.
Yeah, listen, I think you have to look at this race one of 2 ways. One is the way I'm looking at it. I'm not trying to beat the 8. I've got better races to find going forward than try to find a horse to pick up and beat a horse that is basically an omni-fig, which is a horse that every race he's ever run is better than any race anybody in this race has run. And on a dry track, that's the case. So to me, if the 8 shows up with any semblance of his form, he's going to beat these horses. If you want to be negative, claimed away from Todd Pletcher, tough trainer to claim from. I get all those things. So you can say, all right, I don't want to bet him. I want to find somebody else. And then where do you go? Well, Maggie's trying to come up with a case from what she sees on the racetrack, and as she said, it's tough to make on paper, but she likes what she saw on the racetrack, and that's fine. I'm not that guy. If I'm going to get involved here, I'm going to single this horse into pick 5 going forward and hope for the best, because I don't see any reason to bet against a horse that just lays over this field by 10 lengths.
The 2 Nance, kind of the other one in here. This one claimed away from Linda Rice, and they tried the turf with him last time out to no avail. So going back to the preferred surface, and he does seem like kind of the as I said, the other one in the teeth of the favorite.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I don't know. It's hard to know. I mean, the one thing I'd say about Nance, draw lines through his turf race and through his wet track races.
Yeah.
And now you've got a horse that ran a 70, a 60, and a 68 buyer in those 2 races. Now, they were for Linda Rice, and Linda Rice is a tough trainer to claim from. You say Todd Pletcher's tough to claim from, so is Linda Rice. But Nance is clearly the other horse this race on paper. On paper, he might be a bigger second likeliest winner than the one is as big a second likeliest winner, I'd say, as the one is the likeliest winner. Because after that, man, it is tough to make a case for a lot of horses that just have never really run a race that is even comparable to these. I guess my man Magoo, the best thing you can say about him is the best race he's ever run in the dirt was his last race. And Rudy's going well, so maybe he'll build on it. I'm not looking to play against, though.
You have a pick 5 kicking off here. The early pick 5 for race number 1 starting here as they make their way towards the starting gate to kick off the Sunday program. As I mentioned, Mother Nature has been very kind to us throughout. We had beautiful weather yesterday as there had been some rain in the forecast, wrapping it up today, which has been great. Quality of turf racing here throughout the Belmont at the Big A meet, which you love to see. And of course, hoping that continues on to next week, which is a massive weekend of stakes.
The weather forecast right now for next week is glorious. Nice mid-70s. No rain, so good chance, and we're drawing that. You know, we got some stakes on Thursday. We got stakes on Friday. The Pilgrim and the Futurity are on Friday.
Yes.
And I'm not here Thursday, so I haven't looked at that card, but I did look at Friday's card, finish that actually. And we're drawing Saturday's card today, a 12-race card. It's looking like a very good one.
Who are you most excited to see in the Champagne next week?
You know, I want to wait. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Tom Source. I think we've almost talked too much about Tom Source, considering we work with him. And he's the horse to beat, but I don't think that race is coming up easy. It's going to be a real test.
Seems to be coming up incredibly competitive, and you have the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight as well. Of course, major races in their own right, but of course, major races, the Champagne and the Frisette going on to those Breeders' Cup juvenile races. And of course, as Andy mentioned, the Pilgrim on the turf as well. Miss Grillo on Sunday, I believe, as far as the 2-year-old turf fields are concerned. 1 to 9 on Last Man Standing in the opener here, though. It will be graduation day for somebody after this first race. We'll send it up. Chris Griffin standing by, ready to call the entire card, kicking off with race 1, Belmont at the Big A.
And Last Man Standing to the outside. Set for this Sunday opener. All set. And they're off. My Man Magoo and Cyber Beast. They've got early speed and hustle along. Last Man Standing wants to be in the early mix on the far outside. Free running. He's trying to get out. He's looking to his right here. It's going to be now Last Man Standing and Cyber Beast as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. So plenty of pace on here early. The front two hook up. It's a little duel on the front end as Cyber Beast, Christopher Elliott, takes it right to the favorite. Very far apart, but they speed up the backstretch together. They are 5 lengths in front of a lineup of 3. There's My Man Magoo in between horses. There comes Down the Line. And 3 wide in that group is Daytona Moonshine. The trailer is Nance. 22.66 for that opening quarter mile. Cyber Beast takes it right to Last Man Standing, and the big favorite now moves in closer, stalking the pace setter. 3/4 of a length back there in second. Now under the shove here is Down the Line. A big long shot is trying to run on. Also here comes a run from Nance as the gray is taken fourth quickly. My Man Magoo is second to last, and the trailer, Daytona Moonshine. Cyber Beast has got the lead. Last Man Standing at 1 to 5 has got to pick it up. Nance is the one picking up a lot of ground. The gray going to be 4 wide, 45.35 for a half-mile time. They're 4 across the track, and Last Man Standing is at the back of that group. Nance has taken the lead. Nance is in front. Down the line, keeps running on, is second. Cyber Beast, Last Man Standing, is not going to do it today. They're approaching a final furlong. Nance is trying to open up late. Ricardo Santana Jr. is up by 2. A 16th left to go. It's a beautiful Sunday at the Big A, and it's Nance who says, hello, friends. That's your winner. Nance will win it over Down the Line. Then came Cyber Beast and Daytona Moonshine in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Nance with the win is on paper. He did look to be the second most likely winner. And when your favorite was kind of wrapping up and seemed like this guy was just poised in the wings, ready to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that they were going too fast early for the favorite, but the horse he was chasing that Maggie had mentioned finished third. Favorite did not run. He was terrible. There's no question about it. As we said, Nance was the second likeliest winner. A big gap between him and the favorite on paper, but he caught a dry track and he ran his race, and there was a bridge jumping on the favorite. What, $114,000 to show on him, so I'm going to do a little quick math. What do we got? 236, and we had 121,000 the pool, so we got about 15,000. So we got a little over 100, and we're going to, what do we get? 236, 36, 37.
263.
6 only had $589, so 36 a little over 4,000, so 98, 99, 33,000. We're going to see some pretty good show payoffs. We're going to see a show payoff of around, it's a little early in the morning for me, but somewhere around $28 on the 2, around $50-something on the 3, And you'll like this one. If you got a little money to show on the 6, you're going to get yourself about over $100 to show.
Wow.
So we're going to see some pretty
good
big show
prices
payoffs coming up
underneath,
here.
For sure. Loved Chris getting the hello friends in. Of course, imagine this horse name for Jim Nance is iconic saying, and been waiting to hear that for this horse as it took him a few starts to rake his maiden.
I do definitely know Jim Nance's. He's very famous. I don't
Yes.
know his sayings.
Hello friends. That's what he would always say.
Is that what he says?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Chris said in the stretch. Yeah.
I guess
I think Chris has probably been waiting to say that for a bit. Nance got the win, though, with Ricardo Santana in the saddle. 2, 6, 3, 4. 5-1 upset winner in the opener. Nance getting the victory. This guy, not so much of an upset. Globetrotter Rebels Romance delivers at a short price, picking up yet another Grade 1 victory in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. We'll recap that after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Nance heading in to the winner's circle, getting the victory, back on the dirt, back on his preferred surface, and breaks his maiden.
He did. He got a good trip. He showed up, unlike the favorite. And as we mentioned, those show payoffs are astronomical. $28, $112, as we said it would be over 100. We said it'd be over 50 on Cyberbeast. So I hope you had a show here.
100%. So pretty good prices there. As is official in race 1, Nance, trained by Carlos Martin, is standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. And here with Carlos, and you had such an excited winner's circle. There wasn't even room for you to get in the picture.
That was great. John D'Amato, I guess he was an old-time friend of the Toscano family, and Robbie and John Toscano. I grew up with those guys, so they wanted to get a horse for the family. I guess his son is marrying into the owner's family, so it was great. It was a good story.
Absolutely. And the first time as a gelding that this guy gets on the dirt, got a decent setup, but he delivered.
Yeah, no, he seems like the gelding hopefully would help. I mean, you can't really see until you run with winners. He caught the right group today, but at least he ran on and finished good.
Absolutely. And speaking of geldings, you'll send out a first-time gelding coming up in race number 4. That is Glorious Boy. And trying the turf, I know he was entered for the turf first time out, wasn't he?
Yeah, I did put him in first time out just to get him started. He's a half to a horse that Three Diamonds has. That's not a bad little horse. And another couple of turf horses in the family. Independence Hall is a Constitution. I don't think has had much on the turf yet, but I thought it was worth a try.
And how has the gelding kind of affected him?
He's been steady. I mean, seemed like he was a little bit studdish, more so after his first race. He got a little worse. So I told the owner I think we need to make a little attitude adjustment.
Love that. Well, best of luck with him. Congrats here in the opener.
Thank you so much.
All right, Carlos Martin sending out Nance to break his maiden today. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you, as we'll see what Glorious Boy can do in the 4th. Gelding, blinkers on. Some real changes for that one, as we'll see if that all comes together to help with a little bit more focus. But race 2 coming up next. We stay on the main track. This one, a claiming race, 7 furlongs, 20,000, as Equine Eternity is taking most of the money right now. This horse just beaten behind Killy Start, who has been in good form recently.
She's a slight favorite in doubles, as you might have noticed, over the One Whistler Style, but the positive for Equine Eternity is that she has speed, and she should be sitting outside as she's an Arctic Queen in this race, whereas Whistler Style is an incredibly pace-dependent horse who got a very fast pace to close into last time, and those odds are inaccurate. The 1-7-5, the bottom is 3-2 right now. Whistler Style is just so pace-dependent. We'll see. Linda Rice burned a lot of money in the first. What happens in the second?
We'll see what takes place in the second race coming up. But as we mentioned before the break yesterday, we got a chance to see the 7-year-old gelding, Rebels Romance, who is just winning Group 1s and Grade 1s all over the world, to add yet another to his tally. Nearly 15 million in earnings, which is just unbelievable. And he takes his show on the road. Certainly another big stepping stone for him to try and win a 3rd Breeders' Cup turf.
And we'll see what Euros show up for the Breeders' Cup, but I don't think it's possible that a U.S.-based horse beats this horse unless he completely fails to show up. He is superior to any of the distance turf horses they have here. We'll see who ends up going out at the Breeders' Cup. He's just like a machine. He just shows up every time he runs and runs a big race. And this was a terrific effort by him. Frankie just didn't want to get in his way and let him roll, and roll he did.
106 Buyer speed figure, winning the Joe Hirsch yesterday, as he was pretty dominant. His stablemate El Cordobas finishing a rather distant 3rd. But Maggie, as we bring you into this conversation, Rebels Romance, I think as anybody who is a racing fan, you do have to just kind of appreciate what this horse has been able to do at the highest level around the world for such a long time.
Exactly, as a 7-year-old, Acacia, and to win Grade 1s on multiple different continents, from Germany to Hong Kong to Dubai, and finally getting that elusive Grade 1 here in New York, where it has slipped through his hooves, so to speak, in years past, but he solidified himself yesterday, and to go on as a 7-year-old, and as Andy said, likely be one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup turf, and to possibly win it for the 3rd time is just remarkable. And I was speaking with Andy about this earlier. This is kind of the swan song year for Aqueduct. So to have a global superstar like Rebels Romance competing here at the Big A, I think just speaks to its storied and legendary history that we see. These wonderful horses competing here in New York City's racetrack, and he just looked like a monster. From the time we stepped foot in the paddock yesterday, Acacia, to warming up, to just blowing that field away, he dominated in every sense of the word.
Might be the biggest son of Dubawi I have ever seen. There's just so much of him. He's so tall, and he has such a presence as well. But pretty special what he's been able to do throughout his career. And I think really just the longevity of it, too.
Yeah, no, it's remarkable. A 7-year-old that's as good now as he ever was. And like I said, I don't know what Europeans are showing up, and it's possible that some very good Europeans could show up Breeders' Cup turf. But based on what we've seen around here, there is nobody in this country that has a prayer of beating him if he shows up.
He kind of breathes different air, and he has for quite some time. Rebels Romance picking up another Grade 1 yesterday. Here's what's coming up next week. We're not done with the Grade 1 action. We'll have the Champagne and the Frisette. Of course, for the 2-year-olds still to come, It's Our Time. One of the big names pointing to the Champagne, but as Andy mentioned, expecting pretty deep and competitive field. So we'll get a chance to see some of those 2-year-olds who were so impressive first time out, Andy. And now you get a chance to see them stretch out a little bit. You go the 1-turn mile in the Champagne as well. And also, you think about it, and you and I discussed this quite a bit this summer, sometimes you see 2-year-olds that are really kind of cranked up, ready to run first time out. Can they keep the momentum going as they go into their second start or maybe third and a little bit longer?
We've seen a lot of good horses that didn't run well in their second starts. They may bounce back. I mean, obviously Fierceness is one of them. He had a little trouble in the beginning of the race, and you know what that does for him. But based on what we've seen, It's Our Time is the horse to beat. But this race is coming up a lot deeper than that. But he was obviously an extraordinarily impressive winner of his debut.
Winning by open lengths on debut over Hero Declared, who was pretty well hyped that day as well. Of course, for our friend Tom Amos, and we are wishing nothing but the best for Tom as this horse takes on the Champagne next week. As far as another impressive debut winner, we saw Talkin' for Danny Gargan get the win at First Asking, and he was pretty impressive doing that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was very fortunate. The horse who finished second, who had been so unlucky in his debut, I would say ran the better race, but that horse is very, very good. And so is Talkin'. He got a great trip and ride, and this was a fast race. And this race was a lot faster than the other division of the race, a race that we actually saw, I think, produce a winner. Maybe I'm wrong. No, not a winner, actually, on yesterday's card. I'm thinking the Brad Cox horse, but that horse did not run particularly well. Good trip or not, this horse ran a fast race. They put a lot of distance in the other ones, and that race came up extremely quick. Champagne's coming up a good race. It is not just Tom Amos and a bunch of pretenders in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Talkin', son of good magic. We'll see what he could do. Certainly on pedigree. Should suggest a little bit longer. Should not be any problem. As our coverage is now moving over to FS2 at 1:30. Just the messenger, I promise. But we will be with you, of course, throughout the rest of this card here in New York. So be sure to switch on over to FS2. You can continue watching on the NYRA YouTube channel. However you are viewing, check your local listings. We will get ready to have race 2 still to come. Of course, we have the Gio Ponti still to come as well. Our stakes feature a little bit later on today. Plenty of 2-year-old action as well. All that and more continuing over on FS2. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you over there after this.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, in the most impressive 2-year-old debut of the year, It's Our Time won by nearly 18 lengths.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
And now starts in the Champagne Stakes, a win-in-your-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, one of 5 stakes races from Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races, Saturday, noon Eastern on FS1.
watching America's Day at the Races. We continue here on Fox Sports 2. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park on a glorious Sunday afternoon. Plenty of great racing still to come. Some 2-year-old maiden special weights. And our feature, the Gio Ponti, a little bit later on. Acacia come on alongside Andy Serling. And Andy, we often talk about this, but here at NYRA, if you kind of look through some of the stakes races and what horses those races are named for, it could be a great history of New York racing.
I agree, and I take for granted that everybody knows who Gio Ponti is, but the reality of Gio Ponti is I think he stopped racing about 15 years ago. And, if you don't know who these horses are, these races are named for, I suggest looking them up because it's a great way to learn about the history of racing. And for me, Christophe trained a lot of horses that I liked and a lot of very good horses, but none that I liked more than Gio Ponti. He was a remarkably good horse, a horse that won grade ones from a mile to, I don't know, a mile and a half maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he was an amazing horse. He was unlucky to not win that Breeders' Cup, the first Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Monmouth, where he got locked in. But what a career he had. Good from 2 until the very end.
Yeah, he raced until 6, I believe, and was running at the top level. There's a giant picture of Gio Ponti in my living room.
I loved him. I remember when he
meant
won
a lot to the family.
Remember he won the stake race in the winter at Santa Anita, the grade 1 by a nose. Ramon went out to ride him.
Yes.
And I remember that well, and that was a great win.
Very, very cool horse. His namesake race coming up a little bit later on in race 8. We still have races 2 through 9 to come fast and firm here in New York. We'll also be showing the Delaware handicap. Muddy conditions over there in Delaware as well. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Be sure to sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com. We have race 2 coming up, a $20,000 claiming race going 7 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. Echoing Eternity and Whistler Style, the 2 horses taking most of the attention in this second race right now on the board. And we'll get a chance to meet the field, kicking things off with the 1 Whistler Style, a reclaim for Linda Rice.
And the reality is that from a consistency basis, she's sort of remarkable. She runs sort of legitimate figures every time, and they're kind of the fastest figures consistently in this race. The problem is she's incredibly pace dependent on in a race that doesn't really feature any speed, and her main competition is a speed horse.
At the 2 speed it's coming out of this race is the 4 My First Love, makes her first start in a few months.
Yeah, I would not completely discount this horse. She's a horse that could be a little more forward. Eric's got to get her in the game. She's running for the waiver too.
She's an Arctic Queen, went by. There's Like a Rolling Stone.
She's an Arctic Queen, should be in front. And her last race wasn't that bad, Like a Rolling Stone. She shows up okay now and again.
Echoing Eternity, even money right now.
She is a tough horse to take at even money, but she does run fast enough races, and she should be stalking the 5 and just have a real pace advantage in this race. To be honest, though, the more I look at it, if I was going to take another horse besides her, I might take the 4 at 9-2. Because she does have some back races, and it feels like Rick Dutro's barn has been really waking up since we got back to Aqueduct after he had struggled a bit in Saratoga.
Speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, Eric needs to get her sitting 3rd in this race, and I might want to rely because, man, I mean, I got to tell you, Whistler Style's last race was awful. That was a supersonic pace, $16,000 claimers going 22-4, 45-4. She only beat She's an Arctic Queen by 2 3/4 lengths, was involved in a torrid duel in there. How much better did she really run than that one, if better at all?
You see that promo on the bottom of your screen. You can earn a 10% bonus today on all exactas at Santa Anita. Opt in at nyrabets.com for a 10% exacta bonus today. Racing back at Santa Anita this weekend. As we do have race 2 coming up, as we talked a little bit about some of the main contenders. The 7 Echoing Eternity, she is one that comes from off of it, doesn't need to be too far back, but did finish behind Killy Start last time out, a horse who has been in very good form, kind of winning races in bunches, so to speak, and that was dropping in at this level of competition.
I love showing replays of horses I bet at big prices that lose tough photos.
You like to cause yourself a little bit of pain?
Well, Whistler Style is not an easy horse to find replays to show because she's always losing by large margins.
Yeah.
And at least this horse, ran credibly, and I really believe if she's able to run back to this race, she's a fairly likely winner. She is a tough horse to be taking 7-5 on, but sometimes you have to get the price you get based on the field they're running against. And with the scratches, she's in a position where she can, I'm not saying she's as fast as the 5, but she can sort of control her from the outside. Though I'll tell you something, for the longest shot on the board, the 5 ran well enough last time to be contentious here.
See if she can turn things around as we welcome in for the first time here on our FS2 coverage, Maggie Wolfendale with us. Maggie, what are you seeing from horses warming up there?
Acacia, you know, this race so dramatically affected by scratches. It feels like 3 major players coming out of this affair. And so it leaves number 7, Echo and Eternity, your favorite by default somewhat, as she does come off a bit of a break and definitely flattered by the fact that Kelly started on some tear. I think she's won 2 or 3 since then, 2, I believe, since she defeated her by just a neck. Before that, a world of better horses than what she faces here. She looks fit enough, and I do like the 7 furlongs for her. I've always felt that 7/8 to a mile is probably best for her, at least given her physical frame. She's a little bit of a bigger, longer body type, and she looks fit. Like I said, she's your favorite. I don't like, number 1, Whistler's style on the surface of her form, right? But Linda did opt to scratch her other horse in here, Problematica. You don't know the reasons why she did so, but it is there and taken at face value. And she is a reclaim by Linda. Why does she want a horse that is just consistently very slow early on? And I know Linda loves the action, so maybe that's why she does own this horse too. Dylan Davis gave her a big old warm-up out on the racetrack too. Obviously, you're not going to reinvent the wheel. She's a 7-year-old, and to be fair, while she does have 8 wins to her credit, she's only won 3 in the last 2 years. So she's a little bit camera shy, at least as of late. Looks probably, though, physically best if you're just judging horses on appearances. As we'll take a look here at number 4, My First Love. I thought what Andy said about this girl being in for the waiver, or not being in for a tag, I should say, was telling. That Rick Dutrow, you know, wants to keep her, at least for this start. I often find, though, they enter for the waiver because they feel as though they need a start, and they don't want to offer a horse up that needs a start that the new connections can win with in their subsequent outing. She looks like she needs a start. Granted, she's always been a mare that carries a lot of weight and conditioning, so it's often hard to tell how fit she is. And she's always really laid back, so we're getting the same thing here with My First Love that we typically do. Do I still wish she looked a little bit more tucked up? Of course. And furthermore, she does show up wearing front wraps for the first time in her 6-year-old campaign. Acacia?
See what she can do in here. Maggie, thank you. My First Love. She has some questions to answer as she is in off of a layoff. But as you mentioned, with this kind of layoff, you do have the opportunity to run for a waiver, so protecting them, which could be a good sign for the Dutrow barn.
Yeah, I'd like Formulator to get something about how trainers do with the waiver or off the waiver. You know, I'd be curious. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to it whatsoever. Some people say running for a waiver is a sign they need a race. I think it's probably trainer specific, but I don't really know.
So 4 to 5 on Echo and Eternity right now. See if she can find her way back to the winner's circle. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Bobble at the start there for My First Love, but did break quickly, and now is going to take back. Here comes Echo in Eternity. She's an Arctic Queen. They're going to be 1-2. Echo in Eternity, now with a neck advantage, center of the racetrack. Back to second, she's an Arctic Queen. Then another pair. That's Like a Rolling Stone, who's there with My First Love. The early triller, Whistler's Style. They're working up the backstretch, and Echo in Eternity is trying to shake loose from She's an Arctic Queen, holding that rail position, and 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Pace duel on the front end. My First Love, Eric Hensel starts to move into things, is in the 3rd spot, still 4.5 off the lead. Inside, 4 furlongs left to go, and Echo in Eternity has now gotten loose here from She's an Arctic Queen, but another pair in behind. Like a Rolling Stone is ranging up to the outside of My First Love. Echo and Eternity is trying to see this thing out. Went 45-4 for a half-mile time. Whistler Style warms to the task, and Whistler Style was far back as the trailer is going to ride the rail. Here comes Echo and Eternity re-rallying. She's an Arctic Queen to now put a neck back in front. Still battling on at the rail there, Echo and Eternity. My First Love with every chance in the green cap. And on the grandstand side, Like a Rolling Stone, can Whistler Style find the seam? Complexion completely changes. My First Love is in front. Whistler Style, the danger towards the inside. My First Love, Whistler Style rolling late. My First Love wins it. Whistler Style was second, then came Like a Rolling Stone, and she's an Arctic Queen in 1 minute 23-4.
My First Love, maybe a good sign that she was protected for the waiver today as she gets the win, but she did get a perfect setup as well.
She did, but so did the other four, or so did 3 of the 4, I should say, of the others, and she got it done, and Rick's Barn is firing on all cylinders. She got 5-1 in this horse. Whistler Style could not have gotten a better trip. She got a fast contested pace. She saved ground. She came through. She had every chance to be the last mover and catch this horse, and she simply could not get up. She doesn't want to win. I'm a big fan of Ricardo's, and maybe he was riding to instructions, and if they were, Jay, they were bad instructions. Now, maybe she was never beating the 5, because the 5 did end up finishing in front of her. But I'm not sure why they felt she needed to have the lead. It's a race where the 5 was going to be a speed, and you know from the 5's last race that Moreno Hernandez was not going to give up the lead easily, that she's capable of going fast. So it's not like this is a need-the-lead type horse with the favorite. And he rode her like she was one. And you know how much I like Ricardo as a rider, and I like his aggressive riding. But this seemed like one where all she had to do was kind of sit second. Now, maybe as it turned out, she wasn't going to do well anyway because she did finish last in here. Maybe the 5 would have beaten her if she had sat second to her. But I think it would have been a very different race, and I don't think I'm the only one surprised that she was that aggressively ridden in this race. She seemed like a stalker that became a need-the-lead type. Now, she ran last, and better, it's not sour grapes. Just a little surprised they were that aggressive. And as much as I like Ricardo and his aggression, I was just a little surprised here.
Interesting tactics on your favorite Echo and Eternity. It was My First Love, though. As you mentioned, she was on paper kind of the other horse that was more appealing with her price, and she was 5-1.
Right. Why wouldn't you, the more I thought, why wouldn't you want to take her at that kind of price than the 1? She's a horse that has good back races, My First Love, and I wouldn't say she ran as well as she has at sometimes in the past, but she at least showed a semblance of that form, and Rick's horses are running very well now. I'm not surprised that a trainer like Rick Dutrow, his career actually wasn't over.
Yes, the barn is definitely heated back up. 1 and 7 were claimed out of this race. Whistler Style and the number 7 Echo and Eternity, the favorites, claimed. See who picks them up. My First Love, the winner, though. Prices and more after this.
The sun shines bright on Geoponti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Geoponti.
Geoponti, standing at Gainesway.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. As we saw My First Love off a bit of a layoff, getting the victory here in race 2 for Rick Dutrow. Protected in this spot and victorious.
Yeah, well, she was broke. You know, she broke with the field and broke well, got good position, and they just went too fast early in here. And Whistler Style, who everybody seems to want to claim all the time, if she couldn't win today, I don't know when she's going to win a race. And this horse able to get it done, grind it out to the stretch and get it done. And yet there was another bridge jumper, another 115,000 bet to show on the favorite who finished last. More money bet to show on the others, so we didn't see the kind of payoffs we saw in the last race, but still pretty healthy payoffs on all first three finishers.
Oh, nothing wrong with that. As $12.36 winner on My First Love, 416 in race 2. Race 3 coming up next, a mile and an eighth on the main track in this allowance. And right now it is fully subscribed. Who is your favorite? For Chad Brown, still lightly raced, but she has to prove she can go the distance as she's stretching out as well.
I picked her. I think she's a horrible 4 to 5 shot. She's got to show she can handle the distance. Obviously, Chad Brown thinks she can. She does get Lasix for this race. I think she has some upside, but I think she's supposed to be around 2 to 1 or 5 to 2 in this race. I don't think she's supposed to be odds on. It's a very heavy favorite. To be honest, other than Walk With Me, I didn't think there was a single horse in here that couldn't win.
Yeah, you can definitely make a case for a lot of them here in this field in the third race coming up. We'll see who can handle the added distance and who will be the one to pick up the victory in that upcoming race 3. We'll also recap some of the stakes action in New York yesterday, including Rebels Romance, the 7-year-old Orca Dolphin Globetrotter picking up yet another Grade 1 victory.
Magnificent was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon as we've had an opportunity to see a lot of exciting graded stakes action yesterday. We're not done yet as far as this Belmont at the Big A meet is concerned. Jam-packed weekend still to come next weekend too. But of course, as we're here at Aqueduct with the construction, I feel like days like yesterday with races like the Joe Hirsch and the Vosburg, those are kind of the classic Belmont fall meet races.
No, they are. I mean, well, the funny thing about the Vosburg was actually an aqueduct race for many years.
Yeah, that's true.
The 7
That's
furlong
very
race. The
true.
Vosburg used to decide the sprint championship, basically, as an end-of-the-year race. I remember another Reef winning it a long, long time ago. Richie, remember that horse. But thought we saw a nice performance in the Vosburg by a really interesting, nice horse. I don't know that he's Breeders' Cup ready or not, if he's good enough for that. As Bookham Dano announced, he's done for the year.
Yes, not heading to the Breeders' Cup, as they had said right after the forego. But as far as the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic is concerned, we did see Rebels Romance, the 7-year-old, now nearly $15 million in earnings, picking up yet another Grade 1 victory, adding that to his tally. And here you can now check off Aqueduct as a track he's won at.
Yes, I'm sure that's why they decided to run here, or maybe they decided to run because it was a $500,000 Grade 1 that he was 3-5 in, and he won like a 3-5 shot should.
Certainly did, with Frankie Dettori in the saddle. Just stayed out of his way, let him get to the front end, and he ran away from his competition in there, winning the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. His stablemate, El Cordobas, a distant third there. Charlie Appleby sending those two, as Rebels Romance will try to go on and win his third Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, no, something that only Goldakova has done in winning the same Breeders' Cup race 3 times.
Amazing. The Woodward historic race in its own right. Yes, it was a compact field, but you did have Phileas Fogg as a loose on the lead pace setter. Locked was able to run him down in what seemed to be kind of a pivotal race for Locked.
Right, well, it scratched down to 3. The horses that would have been the first, second, and third choices were the ones that ran in here. And listen, Phileas Fogg has been one of the great claims and a great job by Gus Rodriguez with this horse, and Kendrick's ridden very well. No excuse. Kendrick did everything right. Just got run down by Locked, who at least finally showed there's a little something left in a horse that's been very disappointing after a huge performance at the Santa Anita Handicap early in the year. Though I'll tell you something, the 98 buyer in this race, they can bring him out to the Breeders' Cup, but he's not going to be able to be competitive with a race like this. He's going to have to run a lot better in that Breeders' Cup Classic to be competitive. I'm glad to see him win. I like this horse, but he's going to have to get better. I didn't think this was overall that strong a race.
And this Breeders' Cup Classic field this year looks absolutely
pretty good.
Stacked. Yeah. You've got last year's winner, Sierra Leone. You've got Fierceness. You've got Sovereignty is a 3-year-old as well, waiting in the wings. As far as the Gallant Bloom was concerned, our Disaster picking up the first graded stakes win of her career, using her speed. And Andy, she's a horse that had a few near misses in graded stakes company. Today, or I should say yesterday, was her day to get her own big win.
I agree. I was shocked she was even money. I thought it was a far more competitive race than that. And while I picked her second, I thought Sterling Silver would run a race. Sterling Silver did not run that well, and I wonder if she's a little past her best, but not this horse. She's now run 12 times with 7 wins and 5 seconds. She is a model of consistency and was way too good for this field.
Ran them off their feet, so to speak, in the Gallant Bloom. Our Disaster getting the victory for trainer Saffie Joseph Jr., again using that speed. Andy said, model of consistency, and one who has really improved, as was certainly evident on the racetrack as well. Jose Ortiz, that's one of 3 wins for him yesterday, as our Disaster took the Gallant Bloom. Mentioning the Vosburg, we saw Patriot Spirit get the win, now 2 in a row. He's kind of found his home sprinting, Patriot Spirit has, and I thought it was a very special, sweet interview that Maggie did after the race with his trainer, Michael Campbell.
I don't know if he'd ever run a horse in New York before. He certainly had it in the last 5 years, and looking up his stats. This horse kind of jumped off the page when you did the work on it, and when they scratched Super Chow, he became sort of a controlling speed. I know they sent the 7, and he had to sort of stalk outside of him. But he's a nice horse who had, had a good career. He's running some big races, and I think they finally found out he's really more of a sprinter type. He's a talented horse and kind of an obvious horse in this race, but I like this horse. I don't know that he's good enough to be a Breeders' Cup type horse, but he's a very, very nice horse. I wonder if they'll look at races like the Bold Ruler or whatever the 7 furlong race and head towards the Cigar Mile with him, because I don't think he's good enough to win the Breeders' Cup, but we'll see.
Was a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, the Vosburg yesterday. And as Andy mentioned, with Bookham Dano not going to the Breeders' Cup means that division a bit wide open. As far as the turf sprinters yesterday, the Belmont Turf Sprint Championship was run, and these are all consistent types. They're always kind of right there. These horses know each other well, and yesterday it was Allegon's day for Ned Allard.
It was. The favorite really didn't run that well in here, I think finishing a distant third, but Allegon was probably just too big a price. Should have been a clear-cut second choice. I think was 3-1 on the line and paid 11 and change in here. Gets it done, and a 3-wide trip, and just proved to be best in this race.
Allegan with the victory, picking up that Belmont Turf Sprint Championship yesterday. Incredibly consistent turf sprinter as well. He always kind of shows up with his race.
And Ned Hour is such a good trainer, and when he ships them to New York, they usually run well. They may not be good enough, they may not win, but they usually run well. He's a very good trainer.
Big victory for that horse yesterday with Dylan Davis in the saddle. Dylan won a couple races on the card as well. Jam-packed action as far as the stakes were concerned yesterday, as you can see with that recap. As we mentioned, we'll be back next week with a lot of stakes action to look forward to as well. Allegan, shockingly, the biggest price of the stakes winners as well.
Yeah, I don't know how he paid that price in there. He looked like a clear-cut second likeliest winner. They went a little bit crazy for the favorite in there.
No surprise, Rebels Romance, the shortest price winner on the day as well. Race 3 coming up next, 1 mile and 1/8 here today. Horses in the paddock, and the number 5, Fully Subscribed, continues to be the favorite. Maggie, what are your thoughts on her stretching out to the 2 turns today?
I do have my reservations, Acacia. I see where Chad Brown is going with it because she is one that moves like she could possibly get the 9 furlongs. So she has this big kind of floating type of stride to her, where that does typically lend itself well to getting more ground. You know, it's not that quick, rapid action. Despite her being, though, quite a small, compact and kind of more stout type of build. She doesn't look like the rest of her competition that do have some confirmed 9 furlong races under their belt. And I did think that she would benefit from a start at looking at her in the paddock last time out, but that is also aided by the fact that she gets Lasix for the first time. So she definitely looks a bit more tucked up and defined. I'm gonna, stick to my guns and say that I'd rather look elsewhere and take a horse against her for the fact that she's trying something new for the first time in only her 3rd career start. I do like number 1 in here. That is Who Could Ask for Mo, who is taking a lot of money, and she is one that I think just got completely run off her feet last time out, going the 7 furlongs and coming back off of a near year layoff. I thought last year as a 3-year-old she was rather impressive looking, and she ran fine in several of those races. Yet again, I think she's awfully impressive looking as she looks incredibly fit, well-defined, has an excellent coat on her, and I have thought from the get-go that she's that true 2-turn type of runner. She's going to get it here, and I thought last time maybe giving her a nice setup to get back to some of her better races. Number 2, Points is a massive price in here. Oh, whoa, she took a big dive. The last time I looked up at the board, she's now 5-1, rightfully. I think that's what she should be in here. I do like her getting out to 9 furlongs because and I think she should be forward in here. Her first few jumps aren't the quickest when she was going shorter, and now getting a little bit more ground to work with, maybe that naturally puts her more forward because she was getting rank there after the fact. We'll see. Her best race by far came at this racetrack going the 9 furlongs, but Acacia, it was over a wet track.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how it does play out in here. We'll start things off with Shug McGahee's Who Could Ask for Mo, stretching out in distance.
Well, you know that she can handle the distance. The problem I have with her is her return off the layoff was abysmal.
Here's Point is Points, as Maggie just touched on. She finished a nose behind Fade to Gray on a wet track going the 9 furlongs.
Yeah, that's the problem. Her one race that makes her a major player was on a wet track, but she should be forward.
Scarlett's Halo did win an off-the-turf race.
I don't like to bet horses that win an off-the-turf races, turf type, but I'm not sure she's not really a dirt horse, and I think Chad Brown's starting to think that too.
Here's Coquito, who has been running at this distance.
The positive with her is that she's seemingly over her head, and the fact that Linda left her in is a good sign.
Yeah. Fully Subscribed, still your favorite.
I think she's the horse to beat in here, but I wouldn't take less than 2-1.
Danzit won at the 9 furlongs.
Yeah, I didn't love the race she comes out of, but she should be forward in here, and it wasn't a bad effort.
She has the full sister to Tappet Trice as well.
There you go.
And Walk With Me, big price on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, she has won at 1 mile and 1/8, but it was against a softer field when she was able to control, and I just wonder if this is just a tough spot for this New York bred.
Well, that's the field. We'll go back over to the 5 Fully Subscribed. She was the favorite last time, and she was off of a layoff. I thought it was interesting what Maggie said about her kind of moving like a horse that would appreciate longer distances. Though you don't necessarily think of the progeny of Tiz the Law while obviously he himself was able to run long, typically we see his offspring more sprinter types.
But I will tell you that Chad Brown planned to run this horse in the Demoiselle after the win. So he has always felt she wanted. Now, it doesn't make him right, but he has always felt that she wanted to go long. Some issues kept her out of the race and kept her off the racetrack for closing in on a year. That was a bad effort considering she was going a mile off the long layoff. But then again, Chad's a trainer that has them ready off layoffs, so there's mixed signals there. She gets Lasix. There was some issue where she should have been allowed to run on Lasix. Something happened that she couldn't run on that day. So I remember Chad saying to me, I just don't remember specifically the details. So she's on Lasix today. I picked her, but I think this price is way too short on her. To me, this is a wide open race. I didn't expect her to be this short. Clearly, I was wrong.
See how she handles the stretch out today. The number 2, Points is Points for Brad Cox. As we touched on, she did run well going this distance back in February, but on a wet track, and that figure of a 92 far faster than anything else she's run.
Yeah, that's the problem with her, is all the other races at best make her a fringe contender in here. So you wonder, is she ever really that horse, or was that a weird wet track race? On the other hand, I think that Manny will be aggressive and get position with her. Whether or not that makes her good enough, I don't know. I think an interesting horse is the 4 Coquito. This is a horse that, for the most part, is just too slow to be competitive. Now, she did run her first figure last time off the claim for Linda, good enough, but that was in the slop. She lost to a pretty weak horse, and this is the kind of horse that Linda enters in a race like this to see what the field comes up and goes, well, I'm not good enough to win this race, and scratches. So I actually considered picking her on top, thinking, I want her if Linda's going to run her, because when Linda runs horses that are seemingly over their heads, they seem to do well, and this horse is seemingly over her head. She'll probably outrun her odds as we look at the 6 Danzit, who they spent a lot of money for this horse based in the pedigree, but then again, Whisper Hill buys a lot of horses for a lot of money, including a $5 million horse that ran yesterday that was a mediocre 3rd or 4th.
Yeah. And Danzit, well, Whisper Hill, Mandy Pope's farm, did campaign Tapit Trice, who is now a stallion, and so you can understand kind of going back. Obviously, she has this Philly residual value. She stumbled at the start and did get jostled around at the break as well on debut, and then she kind of rushed up as a result. So not the easiest trip for her.
Right.
She has, again, the pedigree to suggest that she should be able to go longer, and I think appreciated getting back onto a fast track.
She's a very generous price at 6 to 1. I would never talk somebody off of betting this horse at 6 to 1. Todd Pletcher's numbers are not great, but they're not terrible with his horses off maiden wins and dirt routes, and they're usually horses that are much shorter prices. So if you like this horse, I think this horse is a very, very fair price in here. I think there are a lot of horses that are kind of overlays in here because of the money the 5 is taking, even the 3 at 7 to 2. Maggie likes the 1. I hear what she's thinking. I could never bet her given how bad she was last time. I thought she should have shown something in her return race, even though she's probably being pointed and using that race a bit of a prep for a race like this. I just wish she had done a little running at some point in there, as other horses did close in that race.
Who could ask for more? To be fair, I have always thought she looks like a 2-turn type of horse as well.
She is.
3 to 2 on the 5, fully subscribed. Horses warming up on the track. Let's go back to Maggie.
And look, at first, when I handicapped this race, I didn't particularly like number 6 in here, Danzit. As that race came up figure-wise, okay and competitive here, but just watching it visually, it looked like those top 2 horses who did run 1-2 around the racetrack looked as though they were kind of just crawling to the wire, and nobody else was doing any running. So yeah, it's needless to say, I think she did have the run of the race. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for that effort, but I was 2 back, and she definitely has a very intense, kind of high-strung type of personality. She's a little over the top, though, today, at least definitely in the paddock. She got very hot, very washy. It is warm. You know, many of these horses have gotten pretty hot, but she was definitely the most of anybody. I do like what Edgar Zayas did with her in that he got her away from the pony. He, asked her to expend some of that nervous energy, and she responded beautifully to that. So it's a big price on a horse that is going to handle the 9 furlongs. Moving on to Chad's other horse in here, Scarlet's Halo. Now, looking at her, she does look more turf meant, to be fair. But that lone win did come on a fast main track. And despite being a daughter of Practical Joke, man, she is a big, big girl. There is a lot of her. There's a lot of leg. So at least physically, Acacia, I don't see why she wouldn't be able to handle this stretch out on the main track. And boy, she's taking a lot of money.
Maggie, thank you. Scarlett's Halo, she is kind of the enigma of this race, as when she won, her best race was on the main track, though can understand why Chad keeps putting her back on the grass.
Yeah, but I think at this point he's thinking, you know what, let me give her one more chance in the dirt, because even though it was an off-the-turf race, and off-the-turf results can be somewhat aberrant. We see horses run well in off-the-turf races, they get in against scheduled dirt races, and they're just not good enough. But I think he's right to take one more chance with her, because the reality is, she's just not turning out to be that good in the turf.
Yeah.
So he might as well give a chance and say, you know, check this box. Is she a horse I want to enter in dirt races? The only way to find out is to do it.
100%. As of course, the distance, a big question for a lot of the horses in here, and we'll see who can handle it. Will be the first time your current 6-5 favorite, Fully Subscribed, does stretch out to the mile and an eighth. Race 3, very intriguing race coming up. 2 turns on the main track. They load in, and we go up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Fully Subscribed. 2 out. Danzit. Walk With Me, last to load. Walk With Me goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the outside. It's Walk With Me. Now going to take back and try and tuck in behind Hearts, and Points is Points. And Points is Points. Manny Franco, they get on the front end. They're up by 3/4 of length early. Danzit, Edgard Zayas is going to stalk right there from second at the rail. Who Could Ask for Mo is right there with Fully Subscribed. They're going to share that 3rd and 4th spot. Just behind them, Walk With Me is about 4.5 off the lead now, is to the outside here of Scarlett's Halo, and the trailer early on, that's Coquito, as they work to the back stretch, 24.31. The opening quarter mile, Points is Points. Is taking him in that direction now, and Points is Points is up by a full length. Here's Danzit, patiently ridden, stalking towards the outside. Fully Subscribed starts to move forward, is now taken 3rd with Who Could Ask for Mo. At the rail, Kendrick Harmouche 4th. Just behind them is Scarlett's Halo. Flavian Pratt wants some clear running space, is now in 5th, just behind that leading quartet. Walk With Me is trying to keep up, now second to last, and the trailer is still Coquito. 48.54 for that half-mile time. Points is Points. Less than a half mile to go now, works into the far turn. Now shoved along as Danzit is not cutting in the margin. The one who is Fully Subscribed. Here comes Fully Subscribed, 3 wide, and now Danzit starts to make up some ground on Points is Points. Fully Subscribed towards the outside, and Who Could Ask for Mo? They all are starting to move to the outside. They want outside running pass right now, as Points is Points has been sent for home. A quarter mile left to go. Points is Points is trying to see this out. Fully Subscribed is chasing to the outside, is trying to catch this gray leader. Points is Points still looks strong. Fully Subscribed with every shot to run this rival down, and here comes Fully Subscribed now. Dylan Davis and Fully Subscribed, less than a furlong to go. Points is Points, and Manny Franco still very game. A 16th left to go. Far back to the rest. Can Points is Points see this out? Fully Subscribed. Points is Points. Got it. Points is Points over Fully Subscribed. Then came Scarlett's Halo and Danzit in 1 minute 49.73 seconds.
Points is Points and Fully Subscribed put a lot of separation on the rest of the field. Points is Points, though, and Manny Franco able to dig in and hold on for the win.
It showed that having that inside position gave this horse a tactical advantage over the number 6 going the first turn. And when Manny was aggressive, got away with a pretty tepid pace. Now, no excuse for the favorite in this race. She got a good trip stalking behind that horse. She just wasn't quite able to run her down. And as you say, they finished a city block ahead of the rest of the horses in this race. It was 2 of them and nobody else.
Points is Points was getting out on Manny early in the race as well. She kind of had her head turned. She was a little bit tough to handle and tough to settle on the front end, but he was able to get her to switch off. And I think that that was one of the keys, as he was able to save a little bit of something for the stretch.
I agree. After seeing quick paces in the first 2 races, we saw a very temperate pace in this race. It obviously worked out for Points is Points, who finally ran another decent race. I think the second horse, I think she justified why she was a heavy favorite here, because she ran very well. Just ran to a horse that ran a little bit better than she did and probably had a little bit better of a trip.
And a bit more foundation as well. 2-5, 3-6, 9-2. Bit better of a price on Points is Points, getting the victory for Brad Cox as she was able to dig in over your favorite fully subscribed long way back to Scarlett's Halo, who did run on a bit late, moving to the main track once again today, but it was Points is Points, and Manny Franco, who continues to ride in top form here in New York. 9-2 on your winner in race 3. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. A lot more live racing still to come as well on America's Day at the Races.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
We continue on with you here on America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. If you love the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Points is Points. She likes 9 furlongs, as I'm pleased to be joined here by Brad Cox's assistant, Dustin Dugas. And I know she's been up in Saratoga, but you've had her before under your care here, well, I should say at Belmont. But as Manny said, it felt like in her last 2 efforts up at Saratoga, he was having to fight with her to kind of wrangle her back after not breaking that slowly, and she was so happy today on the lead.
She was, yeah. You know, she's a filly that can be a bit finicky to mess with. You know, with her mouth, she's a bit light-mouthed. You know, I think getting out to the 2 turns today really helped her. He was able to, you know, he sent her away from there. She broke sharp. He was able to send her away from there and just gain a position and, you know, on the lead and just able to relax. And she, you know, she threw her ears up down the backside and she just, Blake had her ready up in Saratoga and, you know, sent her down here, you know, fit and ready to fire today.
But have you galloped her?
Not me, she's a little too aggressive for me, but we do have another rider that does.
Dustin, you only with the Cadillacs to ride now?
Exactly. But we sent her over to the pony track here at Belmont, and she actually was training over on Clare Court, from what I was told, in Saratoga. So those quieter, smaller tracks she seems to really to like, and they keep her a little bit more reserved in her training because she can be a bit eager.
Will she rejoin you here at Belmont for a winter campaign?
Oh yeah, she's here now. She's here now for good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. And as always, you do such a great job with all of Brad's horses, so keep up the good work.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, Dustin Dugas here with Points is Points, and it was all she needed. Hopefully, it will be a horse that has a successful winter campaign here at the Big A. Acacia?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Brad Cox's assistant Dustin does an exceptional job with the string that he oversees here at Belmont, as Points is Points, getting the victory here too, and certainly showing once again that it wasn't a fluke. She does like the 9 furlongs.
I will jump on that bandwagon with Dustin. I don't know him at all, but that guy knows what he's doing, as to the other people that work with him, because their horses are just always live here.
We're on the turf for race 4, first turf race of the day for 2-year-olds. Sprinting made an optional claiming as you take a look at the field, and Dingy Bar to the rail. Second-time starter, currently the heavy favorite for John Terranova.
Yeah, she's not for it at 9 to 5. She's 9 to 5 actually, and she's not going to. He is not going to be favored in this race. He's going to vie for second choice with the 3, 4, 5, and 6. The favorite's going to be the number 6, waiting on a sunny day by post time.
Well, it's
You're
time for
leaving me.
I'm leaving you. Yes, I will be back reporting later on, which I'm very happy that it's nice out. But don't worry. Greg Wolf is coming up to keep you company.
I might start crying. It'd be nice to see Greg, but I'm a little
And you're
hurt.
off Thursday, so you won't see me for a while.
I won't see you till Friday. Maggie's off next week.
I know Maggie's going to the Arc.
She is going to the
very
Arc.
jealous
I
about.
am jealous too.
Yeah,
fun
Arc
thing to
Trail,
go to.
Of course,
we could have gone, but we didn't.
I know we could have gone, but yeah, we'll be here. Speaking of a special horse still to come for the Tom Morley Barn at Fields, Tom and Maggie, an emotional celebration when this horse did win at Saratoga, first time out named for John Atfield, who we lost far too soon.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 son Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in the bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Live coverage continues on this Sunday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Andy Serling. I get you for a couple of segments before the MIG steps in. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. I missed you.
I missed you as well.
Seen you since the subway ride home yesterday.
Parting was such sweet sorrow.
It really was emotional.
Pick 6 is coming up. We're about 14 minutes away from the start of that sequence. Obviously, next weekend, loaded with what we have. A lot of big names will be in action. Horses we hope to see on championship weekend.
Yeah, 9 entered in the Champagne and 11 entered in the Frisette. So while obviously a lot of eyes will be on Tom Aversource in the Champagne, and rightfully so, it's not going to be an easy race for him. And, you know, you got to have those challenges. Looking like a great weekend of racing. The stakes on Friday are really good. The Pilgrim and Futurity as well. So a lot of fun racing coming up over the whole week of racing.
Well, the Futurity, the big talk with who's coming to this field. We'll start with Wesley Ward's outfielder, who debuted at Churchill all the way back in May, was impressive, winning by more than 6 lengths at 5 furlongs on the turf. You win by that kind of margin on the grass. That is telling.
He's good, but there's other good horses entering this race, including Atfield, and I think including the George Weaver horse who broke his maiden on the dirt. This is not going to be an easy race whatsoever. I'm interested to see will Wesley run both of his horses because they both have speed in here. Outfielder's good, and it's no shame finishing fourth in the Prix Mornay, which is a premier race over in Europe. Didn't run that well, but he still ran well enough to win. But he could be a very short price, and I don't think by any stretch this is a one-horse race.
Meanwhile, one of the most talked about 2-year-olds, maybe the most talked about turf 2-year-old at Saratoga was Wesley Ward's Schwarzenegger, who had some issues early on in that race. And there was an upset. Atfield would get the win in that performance for the Tom Morley barn. With an update on how he's doing, lining up for this next start in the Futurity. Maggie, what do you think?
Well, it's obviously the next logical step for a horse like Atfield, and I do think that, you know, getting a little bit more ground to work with will be beneficial to him. But just such a sentimental horse, and what a special day that was up at Saratoga, where Tom had Donegal Momentum winning earlier on in the Bernard Baruch, and a horse that, of course, who this horse is named after, John Atfield, had worked so closely with. And that hole after his death can still be felt in the barn. And we're still looking for another John, probably. And I know we'll never find another John, but it was really special getting this horse up. And thank you to West Paces and Rainbow's End for naming him in John's honor. So he's a good-looking sort and a really fun horse to have around. So obviously it's a tough race, but there's so much things that can happen with these, so many things that can happen with these young horses, where you never know who's going to step up and get better at the right time.
Fun to have a horse debut like that at Saratoga. I mean, that was a bit of a shocker because everyone thought Schwarzenegger was a foregone conclusion that he was just going to not just win, destroy that field.
And the reality is that if Atfield hadn't been in there, he would have destroyed the field, and everyone would be talking about him like he's considered the second coming. Now, a lot of it's to do with his name, let's be honest. Schwarzenegger, it gets a lot of attention, Wesley Ward. But Atfield really ran to beat him. I don't think that Schwarzenegger disappointed. I think Atfield just proved to be better.
Some greenness to work out.
Yeah, no, I agree, the way he drifted and all those things. But having said that,
Yeah.
you take out Atfield from the race, and he wins by, what, 4.5, 5 lengths in there, and everybody's saying, oh, he's as good as the hype. So I don't want to really knock him. I think he lost to a legitimately good horse in there. And I also think that Belgian, who meant for the turf, off the turf in the first race, but ran a 90 buyer. I know it was an off-the-turf race, but George Weaver's going right to the back to the turf with this horse, and I think Belgian's a player as well. This is a very, very fun race.
Yeah, dangerous runner, son of Bo Liam. That's coming up on our Friday action next week. Grade 3 Futurity. Horses trying to get into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Back to today's action. And the start of the pick 6 is coming up here with 10 minutes to post.
I'm going to make a prediction. Nobody hits the pick 6 today. I just think these races are way too wide open for there not to be at least 1 or 2 hiccups.
Very difficult and nearly impossible today. I thought there was a single yesterday. I don't think there's a single today.
Who's your single? Oh, you did. You thought that the horse who won the Gallant Bloom was a single, and you were 100% right.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
This is a tough one to kick things off with, as we'll start with one that doesn't have any turf experience, but does have some pedigree, and that is number 6 in here, Waiting on a Sunny Day, a horse that I have liked throughout his brief career so far, but he is a son of Mendelssohn, and the half-sibling Magical Marriage, she went 6 for 34 on the turf. There is one other turf winner from 4 overall to try it, and the others, granted, one on the synthetic. Now, he'll add a pair of kind of 3/4 cut blinkers here today on a horse that has already shown a good deal of speed. First time out, he was beaten by Bobrovsky, who would go on and win his next start sprinting on the turf in a turf stake. And then Imagine John, who I think had 3 or 4 starts prior to finally breaking his maiden, who he was beaten by last time. And often you see speed being able to carry further and longer on the turf as opposed to the dirt. So I do like Waiting on a Sunny Day here. But another horse who has experience but trying the turf for the first time is number 4, Glorious Boy, as Carlos Martin looks for his second winner on the card. And he had entered this horse for the turf in his debut. And looking at him that day, I thought he was a good-looking sort. Obviously, I still think the same thing here again, but last time in a scheduled maiden special weight on the dirt, facing incredibly nice horses, Golden Tornado, Oscar's Hope, Igniter, who we saw win the opener here on yesterday's card. So looking at him, there is a bit of a turf look to him. It's not overwhelming though, and he is behaving a lot better since coming back here as a new gelding. So if there's a little bit of ability, we'll see if he's able to translate it here to the turf, as he does to add a pair of 3/4 cut blinkers for this third start. Now on to some horses who are making their debuts. Number 5, Grumbly Rum Hogan. What? Is another son of Independence Hall. There is really not much pedigree in the first generation, though the second dam winning Rhythm, she was graded 6th placed on the turf. He is taking some money, and he is a big, good-looking sort. Like, there is a lot of horse here that we're dealing with for a juvenile. A nice solid bone to him, solid body as well, and a massive turf hoof. Now, does he want to go a little bit further would be my biggest kind of hold back with him, but the fact that he is taking money maybe indicates that there is a bit of speed with this guy, as he does have some fairly quick workouts littered through his workout lines coming into this race. So Grumbly Rum Hogan might be a live one in his debut. Now, you're always throwing George Weaver first-time starters, 2-year-olds especially, on the turf, sprinting at your own peril. As looking at number 3, though, the last page, I just wish Leo Frick progeny have done more A on the turf and B in their debuts. He only is a 3% first time out 2-year-old sire. The dam, she was 1 for 7 on the turf, but it was a very, very slow race, and she has not produced much, but there is the Giant's Causeway. He's a little bit backwards looking. Honestly, it looks as though there's a bit of development to be had. Very quiet here, which is a good thing, but you often wonder too, is that light bulb turned on yet? But then again, George's horses kind of do wake up once they hit the racetrack. I think I'll take the wait and see approach with this one, though. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. We'll get to the post parade shortly. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. 5 minutes to get your pick 6 tickets together. As you take a look at last year's Eclipse Award winning rider, Flavien Prat, who is on pace to go back-to-back. He's about $1.5 million up in earnings on Arad Ortiz Jr. It's going to come down to those two and how they probably do at the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Junior will probably be third, being that he's been on Sovereignty, and they usually seem to include a rider that rides one of the top horses. But Flavian's the favorite, but you're right. It's going to come down to what happens to the Breeders' Cup, and we'll see how those guys do. Let's see. So the 5 is getting bet, so that means Eddie Barker loves the 5 because he loves every horse he saddles, which I can respect, and I like Eddie. 3 taking Weaver money. The 1 is ridiculously overbet at this point. I didn't think she did any running in a bad race last time out.
Who?
The 1, Dingy Bay. I don't understand why this horse is not coming out of that race and running particularly well. The first and second finishers. Waiting on a sunny day is a big favorite in multi-race bets. The 6, she'll probably come down and be favored. He will by post time. I like the 4, Glorious Boy, in here. This horse was turf meant. They entered first time on the run on the turf, got rained off. The dams produced a couple of winners on the turf. New Gelding, Independence Hall is 0 for 8 with his turf sprinter so far, but that's not a sample size that is of really any relevance. He's a Constitution, so you would think he could produce a horse that could handle the turf.
Yeah, I like the other Independence Hall a little bit too, and that's the Eddie Barker horse, the 5.
I guess Eddie likes him too.
Who, yeah, you've told us he likes all his horses.
He has never run a horse, I think, that he didn't love, but couldn't lose. It's a man of internal optimism. I respect that. If you can remain optimistic in this game. Your barn can feel it, too.
Eddie's positivity.
I'm an Eddie Barker fan.
Kick our post-parade off for this pick 6 with Dingy Bar, who did run 3rd on the turf, sprinting at Saratoga in the debut.
Yeah, and she has the experience on the turf, which is something you don't see on anyone here but the 8, him. I keep saying she, and I know they're he's.
Exhibition only, big price, Rudy Rodriguez.
This horse is one of the 3. I'm sorry, tried the turf. At least in this horse, he comes out of a good race, the Atfield-Schwarzenegger race.
The last page, George Weaver, look out.
It's not a ton of turf pedigree, though, to be honest, Leah Frick.
Here's the first of 2 Independence Halls. Glorious Boy, Carlos Martin.
I'm hoping for a double in the first 4 races for Carlos.
Another Independence Hall first-timer next door, Eddie Barker.
Eddie Barker's hoping this one gets it done, taking some money with Dylan.
5-1 right now. Waiting on a sunny day. Blinkers on, first on grass for the Kimmel runner.
Mendelssohn, a couple turf winners. No reason he can't be effective. He'll be favored.
Ogilvy debuting with Beckman has Junior Alvarado.
Maggie pointed out the clever name to me. Ogilvy, a famous advertising person, and the sire is advertise. I think they say that Don Draper may have been partially based on him, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Brass Knucks, David Donk, blinkers on.
Did run on the turf or was on a turf race. I don't know if running was what I would say.
One last bullet intrigued me a little at 18-1.
Not me. Is a half to a turf winner, but that was ran 61 buyers in Omaha Beach, Waterfront.
And a Tacitus, Todd Pletcher, first-time turfer, debuted on dirt.
It's hard to imagine Tass is going to be effective as a turf sire, and this horse really didn't do any running on the dirt, but why not try the surface? But on the dam side, there's absolutely no pedigree whatsoever.
3 minutes to post on a Sunday afternoon in New York. Pick 6 is coming up next, and where can you play it? NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you get rolling with NYRA Bets. Here is Dingy Bar again. Start number 2, John Terranova. And we'll get to immediately at least save ground from the inside.
Yeah, but had a very easy trip last time out, and I mean, didn't run badly. And listen, this horse has experience, could probably run better second time out. Comes from a good barn with John and Tanya Terranova. Not really my cup of tea, but I can understand why this horse has some fans.
Ogilvy, 10-1.
Yeah, this is a horse that's probably a little bit under the radar here. There's enough pedigree to suggest it's all European. It's not great. It's a German dam, but there's enough to suggest this horse should be able to handle the turf. Big price on this horse.
Yeah, 10-1 right now. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with Ogilvy as he did sell at the Goss yearling sale for the equivalent of only $28,000. So while that's not, the best sign ever, I don't mind him here as he shows up to make his debut. And as Andy hinted at, it's a pedigree, obviously, for turf, being a European, but is more for distance. So I'm wondering if the 6 furlongs is just kind of a jumping off point. The dam she won on the synthetic, and there's been one winner from 2 foals to run. Honestly, though, looking at him physically, it looks okay to handle a sprint first time out, and he's gotten a big warm-up here from Junior Alvarado. He probably, the 5, when it comes to first-time starters, looks like the one who is most ready, possibly the one who's most well-meant. But the 7, Ogilvy, I do want to watch with some interest, as we'll check in with some big old long shots. Longest shot on the board, right to his outside. In number 8, Brass Knucks, who I did think, as Andy said, maybe he just kind of galloped around there at the back of the field, but did face a good field, I thought. And he was so green that day up in Saratoga. Today, he's far more professional, looks fit, has a fairly athletic frame to him. So facing, arguably a lesser quality field here today, I think he could make a little bit of noise just because he has that experience under his belt, and he definitely looks turf meant to me. So number 9, One Last Bullet. He debuted at Monmouth, showed some speed, battled in the front end, but the most interesting thing about him is the fact that he was favored in that race, and not a totally disgraceful field there at Monmouth either back in July. And it's actually a full sibling that won on the turf, so it's not a very fast race that horse won, as Andy pointed out, but still there's some turf in there, and he looks as though he should handle it. He comes in here looking fit and strong for Joe Orsino, who always kind of intrigues me with the horses that he does ship up here to New York. Greg?
Debut Dirt Monmouth, that was back in early July.
Well, this horse is a full to the one on the turf, got a 61 buyer winning a $16,000 maiden claiming race. So let's put it into perspective a little bit.
Meanwhile, the 4 here, Glorious Boy. Can Carlos Martin add another early on this afternoon?
This horse has shown the ability to be a little bit forward. Comes out of an absolute killer field last time with Golden Tornado and Oscar's Hope in there, and Igniter as well, who won yesterday. So he comes out of a very tough dirt race, been gelded, gets onto the surface. They wanted to run him on the first time. So 9-1, I'm in. Don't love, but I think is worth betting a few dollars.
Waiting on a sunny day, the 6th loaded race on dirt in the debut too. Bobrovsky, he'd come back to win in his turf debut in a stake at Saratoga for Dale Romans.
Agreed. He's dangerous in here. He's got enough pedigree. I just don't want him as the favorite, but he could win. Pick him second.
Good luck in this pick 6. It starts here. As Andy said, it is incredibly difficult. Let's go to Chris Griffin to get us started.
One Last Bullet. Tactics. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning there for Brass Knucks, the early trailer. Speed from Waitin' on a Sunny Day. Ricardo Santana Jr. right to the front. One Last Bullet is in pursuit here from second. Just behind them, that's Grumbly Rum Hogan. Then a lineup of 3 in behind them. That's Dingy Bar at the rail. In between horses, Exhibition Only back to 6. Got passed towards the outside here by Ogilvy, who's found a nice spot in 4th. Challenging from 7th now and moving forward, that's Glorious Boy. In 8th, that's Tactics, the 2 at the back. The last page is the trailer behind Brass Knucks. 21-4 for that posted opening quarter mile. Waiting on a Sunny Day is in front, is up by 2. Towards the inside, they travel as a pair. It's Grumbly Rum Hogan. Better trip here for One Last Bullet, who's towards the outside, stalking the pace setters. They reach the top of the lane. Waiting on a Sunny Day leaves the rail wide open here as running on through is Grumbly Rum Hogan down towards the inside. Look at Glorious Boy, as green as grass, but Grumbly Rum Hogan's got the lead, but here comes towards the outside Glorious Boy, and now Glorious Boy sticks his head out, and Glorious Boy is sprinting away from this field. A 16th left to go. It is all Glorious Boy. Carlos Martin, another victory on the day. Glorious Boy wins it over Dingy Bar. Then came Grumbly Rum Hogan and Ogilvy in 1 minute 8 and 4.
Glorious Boy, Carlos Martin, Javier Castellano switched to grass, and big reversal of fortunes here. Good call. 2 on the day, Carlos Martin.
Yeah, it's funny watching this race. He was sitting in back and sort of just going nowhere midway through the race, and I said to you around the 5/16 quarter pole, I said, geez, my horse he's got a little horse in there. You could see Javier moving up, and Chris is right. He was a bit green in the stretch, but he was much the best in this race. Nice trips, too, for all the first 3 finishers in this race. They moved a little bit towards the front end, and this horse was able to get it done at 8-1. Great day for Carlos, and a nice win for Javi.
And the 2 Independence Halls run 1-3.
There you go.
First winner
So now
on the
he's
turf.
He could be a great turf sire. He's now 1 for 10.
First winner on the turf for this sire. Good
At least
for him.
10% now. What a difference a race can make.
4-1, 5-7, and an 8-1 start to this pick 6. Javier Castellano on board for Centurion Thoroughbred Club.
A pick 6 that ain't getting any easier. I mean, they're when you have these big fields, these 2-year-olds, and I realize there are some horses working well, and you're going to see a lot of money. You were pointing out to me is going to go for that Bravaro in the 6th race, and probably also the 10, the Toy Cannon. But as we know, the workout reports, I think they're great. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I think it's one of the best innovations we've had in DRF workout reports. But, there are horses that work well in the morning that don't run well in the afternoon and vice versa.
Yeah, we'll get to that race coming up. That's race 6 that we're alluding to, where 4th and 1 is going to come out of that funny side and probably be the favorite in that race. We'll see. But, yeah, a couple of huge workers in the morning debuting. Glorious Boy, though, kicks things off 8-1, 4-1, 5-7 finish here to start off this pick 6 on our Sunday card. Carlos Martin through the first 4 on the card, 2 wins. Well done. Javi aboard for this one.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
That's where we're situated. And then just to the right of that, where you can get reservations in Equestris on a big Saturday next weekend. Reservations being accepted for that October 4-day that includes the Champagne and Frisette.
And if you come up to Equestris, you can come over the set and get Greg Bull's autograph. I hear you'll be signing next weekend.
I will give out a limited number on Saturday.
All right.
First 2,500 fans.
So I would get here early because it's going to be a line.
Glorious.
I don't sign autographs.
Glorious Boy, $19, 42 cents for the win. Getting on turf for the first time for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, got a nice trip, as did all first 3 horses, and proved to be much the best in here.
Dingy Bar, Grumbly Rum Hogan, complete the trifecta. Let's go down to Maggie.
And we'll take two here with Carlos, but first time here on FS2. But your second win of the day, Glorious Boy. And you look back through the running lines of his first two efforts, which were on the dirt. And I mean, even the off the turf race, those have turned out to be pretty good turf horses as well. So really getting some clash relief, and that was a generous 8-1 everybody got on him.
Yeah, we were hoping that the horse looked like he always showed a little bit of talent. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way we wanted to. Then with second time out, Mr. Howard Tailing, great group from Texas that my uncle Greg Martin bought the horse for. They were all coming up, and they said, we want to see what we got. And I said, well, you're going to see what you got. You got Whitney Day and Golden Tornado, Danny Gargan's horse, probably one of the better 2-year-olds in the country. So, but then they regrouped, and they let me geld the horse. I always thought that he could maybe be a horse that could be improved. He was always a little bit studdish, especially after his first race. He really was a little bit over the top. And they said, do what you have to do, and let's try him on the grass, because his siblings had shown a little bit of affinity for the turf.
Absolutely. For you, this is, obviously we saw Nance win the first race. It was his first start as a gelding on the dirt. Talk a little bit about how much it can improve a horse from all aspects.
Yeah, I think they were making fun of me at the barn. They said, who's going to be gelded next? I think we gelded 4 horses like within a week.
Carlos the Knife.
Right. I said, they all need attitude adjustments, but at Saratoga, you get your butt kicked enough anyways, it turns out. But I was trying to make excuses, but it turned out good for these 2 horses, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on what has been a big day.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it always feels good to see, I guess, me in the winner's circle, because you're doing something right when you get that winning interview, and Carlos has done a lot right today, Greg.
It has been profitable talking to Maggie pre-race this week at Belmont of the Big A. It really has.
Well, got it done here with this horse, and this horse was much the best. When you win one of these races by 3 lengths like this horse did, you're best.
Again, a trainer who waiting to see come back front of the Devil, very talented turf sprinter. Unfortunately, didn't get to see at Saratoga this summer, but looks like he may have another one here with Glorious Boy. Late pick 5 coming up next. And it will begin long on the turf. Mile of 16th in the starter optional claiming field. This race is incredibly difficult. Nobody, I know it's Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Pratt. No one should be 2-1.
They should change this horse's name to Uncompetitive Threat. Because I don't think I've ever seen a Chad Brown horse that's short prices in races lose with better trips than this horse keeps getting. I mean, she can win here. I want absolutely no part of her.
Well, Next Door won with some very big races, including a win against Softer Company, Sassy Princess, and the man we're about to tell you about will be aboard. Racing, of course, is in his blood. Christopher Elliott following the footsteps of his father, Stewart, who is best known for his wins on Smarty Jones in the Kentucky Derby and Preakness back in 2004. He has brought that same determination, skill, and competitive fire that defined his father's career, and he's quickly becoming a rising talent here on this New York circuit.
I remember being 2-3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. When they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him, and he says, oh, you did great, or you could have done this, maybe you should have done this, and I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York. My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast, takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back in the Jackson was him.
It's very exciting. It is. You know, just in the last year when he started, he accomplished a lot. He got his driver's license, he graduated high school, and he got his jockey's license and got off to riding races. So I'm very proud.
We're just a little over a year away from his first career win. He's come quite a long way in that year.
No, I think he is a very young, promising rider in here. Obviously, it's tough to get the business here, even with an agent as good as Jose. But he's shown that he can ride. I mean, he's won races since losing his bug, and it's not easy. It's not easy to get the kind of quality mounts you need to do it. But I definitely think he can ride.
And his mount here, Sassy Princess, I know is against somewhat softer company, some of the fastest turf races of this group.
I'm not her biggest fan, but she did run against the boys last time, and I don't think she's impossible. To me, this is a race to find somebody to bet on other than the two competitive threat, because, I mean, she has gotten one perfect trip after another and failed, and you look at her record. 8 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, 4 thirds, 8-5, 5-2, 9-5, 6-5, 9-5, 5-1, 9-5. Short prices pretty much every time she runs, and when you go out for this barn, and you're a short price, and you keep getting perfect trips, and you keep losing, it's a big negative. I think she is an extremely dubious
so down
favorite.
On these connections. We're going to take a time out. 5-2 favorite, competitive threat. We'll be back. It's a tough race to start off this late pick 5. We'll get to the post parade when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Stick with us. There's the one. Christopher Elliott will be aboard when we come back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us, and we get set for this late pick 5. It's brought to you, and you can play it at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Starter optional claiming race. There is the current 5-2 favorite, competitive threat, Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt, who finished just behind Artistic Success last time out. Artistic Success tried to wire a field, had an outside post. Today, can wire the field again, but has the inside post.
She can, but she's got to deal with some horses like the 5 stamp of approval that has a lot of speed. So I kind of wonder, even the 6 Blame the Banker's a horse that can be forward. Dylan probably won't ride that aggressively, but I don't think they're going to be walking on the front end here. She had everything her own way. She lost to horse Sonani, who came back in a sprint in her subsequent start. I think ran 3rd maybe in yesterday's card. But, man, I mean, competitive threat, saved ground, angled out, got to her, and couldn't even out-finish her. Why is she getting better with more distance? It's a terrible 5-2 favorite.
Kanane, who won that race, came back yesterday, cut back in distance, got beat 3rd for Brad Cox.
Right.
But
Yeah.
5-2 on this one right here for Chad Brown.
All these horses spent the entire race on the rail before angling out in the stretch. I think they're all dicey.
Let's go downstairs for a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the horse who draws in off the also eligibles, and that is number 13 in here for Mike Maker, War Siren. It's a terrible post position. She's also getting a shoe repair in here to her left hind. She's handling it beautifully, so no problems with her in the way that she's acting, and she's just a calm, cool, collected customer. She definitely gets a good deal of class relief. The biggest drawback with her is not the way that she looks, not even the shoe repair. It's solely the fact that she has to do it from that outside post. And, you know, saving ground here is at a premium, as Dylan Davis will be aboard War Siren and Ruben Silvera aboard number 6, Blame the Banker, who we'll get to now. And, you know, her last turf route was in the Boiling Spring, so she was 43-1 in a stake race, and I thought she was wide. She was kind of contesting the pace, and the winner was saving ground and ultimately came from last. Now granted, the horse she was dueling with did finish 3rd that day, but I'm wondering against a little softer company, and the fact that it feels like her numbers are getting better and maybe she's progressing could be a good sign. And she really looks like a turf horse, because I know that last big figure did come on the main track in an off the turf event, but very flat foot to her, very slack pasterns. She looks good enough here that, I mean, this is not the best looking group overall, so it's all relative into how you appear, but she looks strong, well muscled, and I think I might take a shot with her. As we'll look at number 8, Victoria's Dancer, whom, if you look at other figures, her performance in the Violet, which may have just because of that, she earned a pretty fast figure on sheets when you look at it, because she had this weird kind of yo-yo trip in that she was slow away, then she went up 3 wide on the backside to get close to the leaders, then she lost ground at the quarter pole, obviously a crucial part of the race, and then she kind of came on again. Obviously Breath Away is a world of different horse relative to who she's facing here this time around, so now kind of third off that little bit of a freshening, and I thought her last race was a step in the right direction, getting back to a level that I think she can be far more competitive at. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her. So I think this is a good spot for her overall. And we'll see. As Andy was alluding to here, Greg, I think there's a lot better options than the 1 and 2 in here. Obviously the 2, Competitive Threat, who I've never been the biggest fan of either. And she doesn't often like to win.
But still the 5-2 favorite. There she is. Well, and since breaking the maiden, she's hit the board in 3 in a row.
Yeah, she's a great bet against win or lose here. Well, the thing I was about Victoria's Dancer, well, if you are interested in her, and I'm not, but if you are, you're supposed to be very interested in Turf Rocket, who easily beat her 2 races back. And it feels to me like Victoria's Dancer is sort of dressed up by the company she's kept, and she's a bit of a plotter, but hey, she's a big price if you like her. But I think Turf Rocket's very dangerous in this race. I'm not sure that last race isn't a little bit better than it looks. And the speeds did run 3-2 in there, so it's not like it was a race that completely collapsed.
I agree. Turf Rocket's the 4, 6-1 right now, and it looks like maybe just getting better towards the end of her 4-year-old campaign.
I agree. As
we look at stamp of approval.
You like her.
I do. Big turf effort when she broke her maiden on this turf course. That was back in October of last year. And I just felt like that comeback, there was an excuse. She came back to run fine, a lot better on a couple of races, came off the grass, and it seems like she's better on the turf.
Well, she was for Chad Brown. I mean, I get it. Now, Maggie pointed out, Blame the Banker, it's Ruben Silvera, not Dylan. So Blame the Banker could be aggressive here. And don't you think between the 1, 5, and 6, there's at least supposed to be an honest pace here? I know we don't see too many of them on the turf, but it feels like, especially with Ruben riding, and you got Santana on the 1, I think they could be moving a bit. But I can understand your thinking on the 5. She does have turf races. It would make her very tough in this race. There's no doubt about that.
8-1 right now. It just seems like that form has kind of come back a little bit. We'll see how she fares getting back on grass.
No, that's fair in her dirt form, and you're right. She's a better turf horse.
Big 5 pool, close to $175,000. We'll start with one who would love to be in front, and she's got the rail to try and do it with Ricardo Santana Jr.
It's always nice to draw the rail, especially with the rails down to 0. Thought the rail was an advantage on the inner turf yesterday. We'll see if she can use it to her advantage here.
Still favored, competitive threat, Chad Brown.
She will get a good trip. She'll sit behind the leaders in here, stay on the rail as long as she can. Just feel like she does not have a very impressive finish.
Here's Christopher Elliott. Showed you the feature on him on Sassy Princess.
She's got races that make her a player, and she's 11-1.
Turf Rocket, back-to-back wins out of town.
Yeah, we'll see if the competition stacks up in here.
Stamp of approval, Mark Hennig.
I mean, I got to think Javier's got to be aggressive with her.
Now, win did come gate to wire at a mile and a 16th. Blame the banker stretching out Ruben Silvera, at least on turf.
She's a big price if you like her, but she's got to improve, I think, off every turf race she's ever run, especially going long.
David Donk, Bedford the Brave.
Well, she got loose last time against a very weak field, and it's going to be hard to get loose here, but she is sort of underexposed, so not impossible to price.
Victoria's
Crazy
Dancer,
price.
as you mentioned, beat by Turf Rocket 2 back.
Right, big price if you like her.
Aviso, 13-1 for Ken McPeak.
Yeah, she's had her chances in this kind of race and just not really gotten it done, and did think she got a pretty good trip last time out and just couldn't finish.
I thought Tuck Check had a big chance.
Okay.
Third off the bench, comes out of a stake.
Gets a big rider change, I'll say that. She's not impossible.
Broadway Lights
percent per
went by.
tag. I think Broadway Lights is interesting here. First time going long for Mike Maker.
And War Siren, do not forget this one, getting in and dropping in class.
I hate the post, but I picked this horse on top. This horse taking a huge class drop.
$5,000 hit and split. Take advantage. When you get signed up at Naira Bets, hit the late pick 5, Belmont at the Big A, and split a pot of $5,000. Good luck if you're involved.
That's coming up here, so you better opt in now.
So back to this also eligible, and this is where Dylan Davis will wind up for Mike Maker. That was a good field, certainly last time out, even before against Vino Rouge, but Wrigleyville was a runner-up, a big beautiful.
She's been way over her head in her last 2 starts. Now, she did get a good trip last time, and she just didn't have any answer whatsoever, and that's a bit of a concern. So I understand the drop down, but keep in mind, they only paid $50,000 for her back in April. So it's not like she's dropping off a cliff. They're kind of running her where she belongs. I don't love the post. She's got to work out a trip from there, but if she can, at that price, I'm willing to take a little gamble.
And at least she has some tactical ability. I know going longer, but and then there's some with turf sprint speed in here.
Dylan's got to leave and get position.
Yes.
You can't lollygag from the outside post. So hopefully he'll leave and get some position. The race does start well up the chute, so it's not like he doesn't have a chance to get inside.
So
or closer to the
odds.
inside, I should say.
Yeah, 10-1 on that runner that does draw in. Let's go back to Maggie.
These races just, give me a headache because you don't want to take competitive threat, but who do you take? There's nobody to feel very strongly about. And we'll take a look here at number 5, Stamp of Approval, whom I think you guys bring up excellent points on her, as she's one that for Mark Hennig has continued to kind of fill out. She's gotten stronger overall, and that first start for Mark on the turf was off of a long layoff. And she's a bit of a stuffier girl. I mean, there's a lot of her, so therefore racing into fitness is had to be what they were thinking, and then unfortunately the weather just didn't cooperate in the last 2 starts. So I think she makes a good deal of sense here getting back to the turf. She definitely looks like a turf horse, and she is a generous 7-1. We'll see what kind of trip Javier is able to pull, because she is sharp though here yet again. Moving on to number 12, Broadway Lights. I think Andy brings up good points with her trying to stretch out here again, because she began her career going the 2 turns on the turf, and, well, it just wasn't, it didn't work out. And she honestly looks like a filly, though, that looks like longer is better. And yesterday on the card, we saw a Mike Maker horse stretching out off the claim, dominate a field on the turf, going a mile. So why can't Broadway Lights do the same here? Very long, stretchy, angular type of filly that I think could be dangerous. Now, Tuck Check, she is 13-1, as you guys are pointing out, drops out of Stakes Company, gets Manny Franco. I really couldn't tell on replays what sort of equipment she was wearing in that violet, but I'll say at least today, she's wearing an extension blinker covering that outside eye, and she obviously has worn blinkers since she began her 4-year-old campaign, so every likelihood that she does typically wear it, but just something to be conscious of here in this one, Greg. But 9-5 on competitive threat, yikes.
Way too short a price.
Ridiculous.
And the last 3 races, it's not like she's taken a move forward, really.
What is so good about her on the PP is that she's this price. She probably gets a good trip, and that's going to help her. And, I mean, she wins, but it's just a terrible price. As far as the 12, to expand on the horse that I do think is a little interesting, I picked her second, the 13. Her one turf race for Mike Maker is substantially better than her first 2 races. Now, somebody might say, well, she was sprinting and maybe she doesn't want to go long, and that's a fair judgment. But she was also wide that day. It was probably a time you wanted to be inside, so she was a bit against the racetrack that time and actually ran a very competitive race. And given her pedigree, she's supposed to be able to go longer. So it's the first time going long for Mike Maker on the turf. She clearly improved first time in the grass for Mike, and she might just be an interesting player in this race. I'm interested in the 12 and 13 if they can work out the right kind of trips. And, you know, if there's enough speed in this race between the 1, 5, and 6, it'll help spread the field out, and that would make it easier for horses with outside posts to be able to get more comfortable trips. The problem with outside posts is, and too often, we have such slow paces that the fields bunch, and there's never an opportunity to get in. If this field, if they're moving a little bit the way they're supposed to, it spreads the race out, and the outside post does not become a massive hindrance. It just depends on the race.
There's encouragement, too, with how she has run going longer, at least on that last start on a different surface. The ability to go long, the 12 Broadway Lights.
I totally agree with you. Thought she ran fine last time. She seems to be improving a little bit for Mike. And I think she's very dangerous in here at a price. She's 10-1. There are so many more interesting options in here. The 4 is a more interesting option. The 11 is a more interesting option. The 12, the 13. If you're settling for the 2, honestly, I think it's lazy. It's just lazy. It's Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt. And I get all of those things. Great rider, great trainer. But this horse is burning money with the 2 of them aboard and training in the past. So why are we so confident that today is the day she's going to finish? I think 8-5. This is ludicrous. There's so many more. The other thing is this is a much more, take her out. Why is the 1 7-1? Well, she's 7-1 because the field is more interesting. But they're betting the 2 like it's not, right? It's just weird. Could the 2 win? Of course she could win this race. She's a
not
terrible
commensurate
gamble
with her
at
chances.
8-5.
Yeah.
She's probably supposed to be 4-1 in here. This is wacky.
Really is.
Thinking something bad just happened to the Giants. Our cameraman is not looking happy over there.
He's tough. He'll bounce back.
You think? Yeah, I think the CAC is
first of.
He's fought many battles.
An incredibly difficult late pick 5 starts right here. So 8-5 competitive threat. See what happens in a race we feel is very. This might be the most competitive race of the sequence.
A crazy wide open race, and I think this is a fun sequence. You're gonna have to be right too often today to make some money.
Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started in the late pick 5.
Broadway Lights. War Siren. War Siren and Blame the Banker. Last 2 to load. Blame the Banker. Goes in. War Siren. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Stamp of Approval at the rail. Artistic Success is in that early lead too as they come out of the chute quickly, and a little keen. Artistic Success to the inside of Stamp of Approval, who will now assert. Still very hard to control there was Artistic Success, who's back to 4th. Moving up on the outside to take 2nd, that's going to be Bedford the Brave. Jose Gomez, they're in the 3 path here. Patiently ridden here as they work into that turn. So it's Stamp of Approval and Bedford the Brave towards the outside is a close-up second. Artistic Success is towards the inside of Blame the Banker, who's right there in fourth. Then comes Competitive Threat. The Gray in fifth is followed to the outside by War Siren, who's in sixth. Then it's another pair. Turf Rocket is now in the seventh position. In eighth, that'll be Broadway Lights. Then in ninth, that's going to be Tuck Check. Back there in 10th, Victoria's Dancer. 11th is going to be Sassy Princess, and the trailer at the back end, Aviso. They work up the backstretch, 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Stamp of Approval is trying to take them all the way. Stamp of Approval with Bedford the Brave. Big long shot towards the outside. Artistic Success is at the rail just waiting for a cue. Out wider there is Blame the Bankers trying to keep up. Competitive Threat is locked in, is in traffic right now. War Siren's going to get the first run. Tuck Check is running up on heels too as they're ready to swarm these leaders. Competitive Threat's going to be in a lot of traffic here as they reach the top of the lane. Stamp of Approval kicks on. War Siren gets the first jump here after the leader. Here comes War Siren towards the outside. Competitive Threat nowhere to go. Also trying to run on here is Broadway Lights from out of it. Stamp of Approval still holding them off. There was all that running in behind, but Stamp of Approval is kicked on. Tuck Check is absolutely lifting late. Stamp of Approval, Tuck Check running out of time. Stamp of Approval is going to hold on. Stamp of Approval over Tuck Check, then came Broadway Lights and Competitive Threat in 1 minute 42.42 seconds.
Stamp of Approval. Forward early, Javier Castellano. Mark Hennig getting back on grass, and yes, she's better on the turf.
And Javier took no prisoners here. When the 1 and 6 weren't super aggressive, she was able to clear the lead. There is an inside bias on this inner turf course. We saw it yesterday. We saw it today. The 11, the 12, the 13, they all tried to make wide runs here, but this horse was not going to be denied. A horse you liked, I know, Greg, and a good call by you. A little bit of traffic for the 2 in this race, Competitive Threat, but so what? She's a horrific 8-5 shot.
5, 11, 12, 2. Stamp of Approval. Back to grass. Had a big maiden claiming victory on this course at a mile and 16th back October of last year. Returns to the lawn. And back in the winner's circle for the third win of her career. 15-1 morning line goes off at 7-1 to start off this late Big Five.
Speed of the speed. 2 back-to-back for Javi. Nice job for Mark Hennig, too. Had a nice stake win the other day with Gunsong.
So Stamp of Approval with the win. We thought this was going to be an incredibly difficult sequence. To this point, 2 legs into this pick 6. It has been very difficult. That's it for you today. We'll see you back on Thursday?
No, I'll be here on Friday.
Friday. All right. Enjoy your time off. We'll see you next week. Mig stepping in for Andy after a quick timeout. We'll get into the late pick 4. Coming up, it does not get much easier. Still 4 incredibly difficult races to come. 2 today, Javier Castellano, most recently with this one. Here, Stamp of Approval. Aggressive early, leads every step of the way. Friday on America's Day at the Races, Breeders' Cup Challenge races include both the Pilgrim, a win and you're in for the Juvenile Turf, and the Futurity for a spot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Kicks off Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2 as Stamp of Approval takes them every step of the way here in race number 5 with Mark Hennig to my right. Congratulations and getting back to the turf. Obviously, she ran well back on the dirt and then off the turf event, but some of her better races have come on this surface.
Absolutely. She's been a bit of a rainmaker, you know. She just you know, we tried to keep her around here this winter and run her on the dirt. And I don't think she really liked it. She likes it if it's wet because she can get a hold of it. But, you know, a fast track, she just kind of spins her wheels a little bit. So it was good that day. We did get it sloppy. She handled that well, but she's a better filly on the turf.
I thought it was a good assertive ride by Javier as well.
Yeah, he was just thanking me because he came out and said, I don't think she's got enough speed. And I said, you just got to let her run because you're gonna get in a fight with her if you don't. So that's just the way she is. But he did well. She broke sharp, which helped a lot.
You kicked off the week in style as well, winning the Belle Dame with Gunsong. How is she doing, and have you made any plans for her next race?
She came out of the great so far. You know, we'll go back to the track soon. So, but you know, we haven't. Lee and I talked after the race, but we said we'd talk about it later. We were going to watch some preps and see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck with her and congratulations here.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Stamp of Approval gets just that with this victory back on the turf today. Guys?
Made the right move getting this one back on grass and returns to a couple of big numbers, including that maiden score here at Belmont and Aqueduct October of last year to start this late pick 5 closeout. The early pick 5 paid over $8,000. Joining me on set as promised, the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, Richie Migliore. Good to see you, Mig.
Yeah, good to be here. And yeah, that was a nice effort. It's always interesting when you hear the conversation between jockeys and trainers. Trainers live with the horses. Jockeys, you spend less time with them. And Javier came out questioning her speed, and Mark's like, no, she's got plenty. Just let her do her thing.
To see quite a shocker in the board for the next race. Horse was favored first time out. Didn't do a whole lot of running. 1-9. First start, number 2, Power Speed. Todd Pletcher in this 6 furlong New York bred maiden special. So the public has not forgot how highly regarded this one was first time out.
It is surprising, though, isn't it? You know, for a horse to take this kind of money off of, you know, well-backed first time. But did you see any real visible excuses in that effort?
No, but the horse was working very solid leading up to the debut, and even from that barn, I know it's from that barn they usually run when they're good.
Yeah.
I could still forgive a first-time starter, can't you?
Well, I'd give him another try, but I don't want to give him another try at that short a price.
No, absolutely not. That is incredibly too short. We saw it in the last race, too, with that Chad Brown runner, not quite to that level. But we'll say I think it's early. We're going to see things even out a little bit. Big one still coming up later on this afternoon. Feature race, the Geoponti. Mile on the grass for 3-year-olds, and Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Team Sovereignty, teaming up with a horse who has been tackling some very tough company, including graded stakes place in the Manila.
Yeah, and listen, you know, you talk about connections, right? I mean, these are pretty powerful connections here, and it's always about trips too. I mean, I thought this was a very difficult race to handicap because there's 4 or 5 that wouldn't surprise you to win, would they?
Couple coming out of, look, Chad Brown, but an improving horse coming off a maiden win. I thought Church and State coming in from out of town at Woodbine. That horse ran huge in that effort last start against a very good field. But Capitol Hill, certainly one of the main players in here, probably going to be favored.
Yeah, I would think so. But Candytown right inside also, you know, comes off a huge effort up in Saratoga. And Edgar Zayas, nice to see him getting a little more play from people like Todd Pletcher, who will use him over the winter in Florida.
That's race 8, 4:42 Eastern start time. Let's look back to yesterday, Joe Hurst Turf Classic. And was this just a coronation for what's to come in November? Rebels Romance, 2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf, will go on now to try and win a third off a dominant performance. 20th win of his career.
He is just a globe-trotting machine. He takes his show on the road, shows up with an effort every time. What was impressive, too, Greg, he had no cover early on. He was a little bit keen. Frankie Dettori said, you know what, I'm not getting in your way. Put his hands down, let him clear off. He settled more when he was by himself. And then he still came home the last quarter in a 1.5-mile race in 23-1. That's rolling home for this distance. 20 for 29. He is a win machine.
When he won the Breeders' Cup Turf back in 2022, he got a 107 Beyer. When he won it in 2024, 106 Beyer. Just won this race with a 106 Beyer. 7 years old now, and figures-wise, he's not slowing down.
No, he's not slowing down. But look at the way he's been campaigned, too. You know, very thoughtfully by Charlie Appleby. You know, he races 6, 7 times a year. I think this year now that was his 7th start. And then they get time to recover from their efforts. You know, Mother Nature's allowed to do her job, but his passport's got more stamps on it than mine.
Probably more than anyone in the history of the sport, I would think. He's got to be up there. Going to see who's going to come out of the Arc de Triomphe that happens early October. We should get some tough competition potentially if someone comes out of there. But he, right now, I would think, again, is going to be your favorite.
Well, he's already shown that he can adapt, obviously, very well to North American racing, where you get horses that come out of the Arc, obviously world-class talent, but usually that's like their end goal, right, the Arc. And then anything after that might be a bit of a letdown, right? Maybe they're a little bit over the top, a little bit late in their season, and then they have to show horses that haven't raced in North America that they can adapt to tighter North American style racing.
Usually have an okay time doing that.
Well, listen, it speaks to their amazing ability, their turn of foot, too.
They're going to have a tough test against showing up against Rebels Romance. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pratt, not good news for the rest of this colony. Stick it around for the winner.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd-generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today. At the 16th hole, Godite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again. And by leading at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Miss Golden Circle is coming hard, so is I Got Rhythm, and so is JJ's Dream. They have collared special moves. JJ's Dream and Miss Golden Circle. Miss Golden Circle by a head. JJ's Dream on the outside. Those two nip and tuck for the final 16th. JJ's Dream, Miss Golden Circle. Miss Golden Circle is unwavering and will not be denied. Miss Golden Circle a half length.
That form is so recognizable. That's the MiG. Miss Golden Circle for John Kimmel and the Gallant Bloom.
Yeah, she hooked a filly named JJ's Dream. Very, very tough sprinting filly with Jerry Bailey. And Miss Golden Circle liked the challenge, put her out to meet that challenge, never went to the crop at all, and she got it done. This is the first really good horse I started riding for John Kimmel and really opened the barn door for me, if you will. And come on, Greg, give it up, man. I was getting miggy with it.
You were getting miggy with it. You were so aerodynamic. And Miss Golden Circle, over 700,000 in earnings. 9-time winner for Kimmel. John Kimmel will send out in this next race coming up, one with experience. Combat Mission, the one for start number 2 here, who was 3rd in the debut.
Now, I mean, this is a little bit hard for me to figure out. Combat Mission ran extremely well on debut. I thought ran a little bit in stops and starts. Finished 3rd, beaten 3 1/4 lengths. And this horse is 5-1 right now. And the 5-horse Power Speed comes out of the same race and was beaten 15 3/4 lengths and is 1-4.
Was highly regarded, though, coming into that spot. But, yeah, a little strange. Let's go to Maggie for more on the field.
I don't get it either, at all. And the reason why I decided to go against your heavy favorite in here, number 5, Power Speed, is that it just felt as though there was other speed to keep him company. And we're seeing a fair racetrack. If they go a decent clip out there, that pace is coming back to the field. And we'll see, because a horse that I think could also be a part of that seed, but at least draws outside, so not as much under the gun, is number 11, 4th and 1. Would make sense to win on a Sunday for this Jeremiah Engelhardt trainee. And a son of Maxfield, maybe he wants to go a little bit further despite showing that speed and kind of getting away a little bit tardily. And maybe they thought a lot of this horse. Maybe they just wanted the race to go for the other Jeremiah horse in Toga Tango, or Toga Twist rather, whom blew the break that day. It wasn't in the paddock for the funny side, but this is a very good-looking horse. He is incredibly athletic. I love his demeanor here. There's an air of class, but this kind of curiosity that he just shows that he kind of wants to experience everything, go out there and be a part of it. So he'll have that speed likely here yet again, but at least he's got the outside draw as a horse that showed that he can come from off of it. As the guys were talking about, is number 1, Combat Mission. I thought he was the only horse to make up significant ground in the latter stages of that race, which I think bodes well for him here. Again, another one I wasn't in the paddock with, but he does look as though longer might be better. But like I said, he's likely to get a decent setup here. Still wish he looked a little bit more fit overall. He is a big guy. Actually, this whole field is filled with big, good-looking New York breds. Yes, I think he makes a good deal of sense in here, and I do believe he's one of the major players. Now on to some first-time starters. Number 3, Bravaro for Safi Joseph, son of Upstart, who does strike at 17% with his 2-year-old debuters. And this one has been working well despite not having much immediate pedigree. Actually, on the bottom side, if you go back a generation, it's more turf and synthetic meant, but he is good looking. I mean, this guy looks as though he's a 3-year-old against a field of 2-year-olds. Got a big crusty neck on him, well-developed shoulder and hindquarters, has a bit of swagger and class to him as well in his demeanor. As I said too, he's been working well against some older mates in the morning. So I think this horse is legit in this spot. As another one that has been working well is number 10, the Toy Cannon, though there are some breaks in his workout pattern, which make me a little bit dubious about his chances here. But nonetheless, does show up looking incredibly fit. I mean, this guy is well-defined overall. Wish there was a little bit more of him. He doesn't strike me, he kind of strikes me as one that's a little bit of a nervous type overall. Does show up here wearing blinkers first time out, but Greg does look as though he's at least well prepared for this first start, as he is the son of Bolt Doro, who's also quite good with his first time starting 2-year-olds.
21-1, and this is, you know, we talked about the 3, has some big works according to the DRF Clocker report. The other one with the huge works, and this one has probably more of them, is this horse, the 10, the Toy Cannon. Couple of huge dirt B+ works, and he's a huge number right now.
And Chad Summers has been having a terrific year. He's winning at 21%. He's spotting his horses well. He's had a couple other first-time starters run extremely well, and I think there's a lot of ways to go here. I just don't see anybody as short a price as your favorite.
Meanwhile, Flavien Prat, leading rider in terms of earnings on the year, right in position, probably pole position, to try and go back-to-back for an Eclipse Award. What a year he's had once again. He's going to be on a horse who debuted actually in the funny side in a bit of a strangely run race. We'll talk more about his mount in a minute. Spending the winter riding at Aqueduct, just announced.
Yeah, and listen, for a guy who, travels a great deal, I'm sure you'll be seeing him on the road majority of weekends. Kennedy Airport's right there. We're right across the Belt Parkway from it. He'll have his pick of the litter over here in the winter. He'll probably ride 4 or 5 favorites every day, and I think it's a wise move. If you could take the cold, why wouldn't you want to stay here?
So 9-2 on his mount coming up here for Jeremiah Engelhardt, 4th and 1. And this was a strangely run race. Obviously, the big favorite left last there, the 2 for Jeremiah Engelhardt, and really kind of changed this race because set it up for the 5. The 4, 3, 2 all kind of took each other out early on.
Yeah, for a 4-horse field, a lot going on at the break, and you saw your favorite just make a left-hand turn and basically cost him any chance. This horse didn't break particularly well, was bumped and rushed up, and this was against horses that have already won races. So now here he is back against maidens. This horse is a major, major player here.
Indeed. Fought, battled on the front end against this Amelia Green runner, who did get a little beneficial to get that win. Toga Twist there tried to make up the ground late after that horrible start from the inside post. But yeah, this one, why can't he take the big move forward, start number 2? I'm surprised we're seeing such a big price at 9-2 right now. Everyone inflated though, because of all this money on the 5. Here's our post parade. We start with Combat Mission. Start number 2, John Kimmelbarn.
Thought he ran extremely well on debut. Didn't break particularly sharp. Took some kickback and ran on with courage. He's a major player at 12-1.
Next door, Kaz Dominator, a first-time starter. Ruben Silvera will ride.
The mare is a producer. She did produce Athena Beach, who won her first 4 starts in a row, so half to her.
8-1 on a Safi Joseph Jr. runner who has some huge works on the dirt.
Really good works. I like that the penultimate work was a sharp gate work. That's the pattern I like to see with first-timers.
David Donk, first-time starter, Tuscan Thunder.
Dave Donk's horses get better with racing, so this one will probably improve over time. The mare has not produced as of yet.
Todd Pletcher horse, who's bet to even money favoritism, wound up 7th in the field of 12 in the debut, 1-2.
Well, it was on top of a very fast pace and stopped, but I like other horses coming out of the race at bigger prices.
Charlie Hustle.
It's going to have to improve off of that effort, but, they are, like you said, first-time starters that can.
Max Money, Mike Makerbarn.
2 consistent efforts, going to have to improve as well.
Diamond Life, start number 2, showed early speed.
Another one that should be a part of the pace if he breaks clean.
There's George's Gold, first-time starter.
Yeah, the mare has produced a couple of horses to win first time out, so there is some precocity there.
The 10, the Toy Cannon, those big dirt works for Chad Summers.
Very strong works coming into this. Chad Summers has been very good at preparing his young horses.
4th and 1, start number 2, coming out of that Funny Side Stakes in the debut.
Ran extremely well in a stake to start. Obviously another major player here.
And Pure Mischief, 73-1.
Yeah, and a lot of times we look for the board to help us with first-time starters, and this one's not garnering any attention.
So back to this 3-5 favorite for Todd Pletcher. Again, an even money favorite in the debut this summer. Saratoga showed early speed and then completely backed out of it.
Yeah, and again, did you see any visible excuse other than it was chasing a fast pace?
Debut.
Yeah, but, I lean more on the debut angle when, maybe they didn't break particularly well. They had to take kickback. They got buffeted about between horses. I didn't see any of that with this horse.
Real quick, I just let everyone know, this horse is, according to the double, 3rd choice. So we may see these odds shift quite a bit here. Pick 3 I'm looking at as well. Wow. And 3rd choice in the pick 3 as well. So may not wind up being the favorite by post time.
Who would wind up? You think the 11 will wind up the favorite?
Yeah, it looks like potentially the 11.
I like the 1 horse. I thought the 1 horse's debut was very good. Ran a little bit with the emergency break on, and I think can improve. Has to overcome the inside draw. But I thought that first race was very good.
Yeah, according to the double, no question, it will be the 11. We'll see, though. Starting to even out a little bit right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, going into this race, I was kind of between 3 horses, which was the 1, 3, and 11 in here. And I finally, just landed on the 11, who annoyingly, you tell me, Greg, is going to wind up being the favorite. Sounds about right for just the way my day is going. I pick the favorites and they run up the track. So sorry, 4th and 1, but he just warmed up the best. I still like the 1 and 3 in here, but just the way he was moving really kind of won me over. But let's talk about the horse who has been taking the most money, at least here early on, Power Speed. I agree with you guys. What was the excuse last time? It was a far outside post, but he broke running, last one in, first one out, as they often say. And it was a fast pace, yes, but the first horse wasn't that far off of it. Horse who wound up winning. So he looks good here. He's strong. He's athletic. He's moving incredibly well. Am I going to be surprised when he jumps up and wins? No, it's just the fact that he has speed, and I feel like he's a little bit under the gun and surrounded by horses who also have a good bit of speed. What's to say the same scenario is not going to transpire here yet again in his second start. Massive, massive long shot in here. Another horse who showed speed in his debut is number 8, Diamond Life. He's his 3rd longest shot on the board. He's the son of Central Banker here for trainer Michelle Giangiulio. And while I totally understand and heed the fact that a lot of things can change with these young horses quite rapidly, but on the surface of things, as we head into this race in particular, he comes out of the strongest race if you're judging it on what horses have done out of there. Arctic Beast, he's 2 for 2 and posted an 85 buyer in winning the Aspirant up at Finger Lakes for Mike Maker, and then Frauchen for the Todd Pletcher and Tagermine duo came back and won his next start, albeit with a 63. Now, he did, Diamond Life, have to secure to get the clear lead, and he was done by the quarter pole, but he's massive. And so horses like this, I always find, just benefit greatly from a fitness perspective, getting that race under their belts. So he looks very fit in here. I wonder what they do with him, if they're so intent to get him out to the lead, or if they opt to kind of just sit back and let things unfold as they may. But a horse that I think there is a little bit of ability in there just based upon his size and scope. Greg?
At a huge number. Interesting. Chardet fans will be all over that one. 57-1.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with her music, but okay.
Luis Rivera for Michelle Giangiulio. And we'll see part of the speed scenario in here too. Power Speed, who's still favored to this point. Looks like at least that one is going to keep company. 4th and 1. The 11 showed speed first time out. We don't know what of these first-time starters are going to be pressing the pace.
Yeah, you would think that some of them would show some speed. The 2, Cas Dominator, comes from a pedigree that would say that it should have some speed. And those connections, Demetrius and Ippius, they usually train their horses to be quick early. So maybe another first-time starter could add some speed to the affair. One horse taking some money now, down to 7-1.
That was, I mean, everyone's price was inflated because of what the 5 opened up at. But even this, little ridiculous. This big a price. Horse ran good in that debut and certainly could improve. John Kimmel's 2nd time out. Probably going to get better, aren't they?
Well, and this is a horse that I had watched train quite a bit in Saratoga, and you could see there a little buck in him. He's a little bit of a playboy, can be a little bit tough, but usually horses like that improve with a race or two. I mean, the post 1 does this horse no favors. He's going to have to take kickback again because I don't think he's going to be a part of that pace.
Kender Carmouche back aboard for start number 2. He's on board for that debut. 8-5 on the Pletcher. 2nd-time starter, Power Speed. It was an even money favorite in the debut. Backed up to 7th in a 12-horse field after some big works coming in. Right now it's getting close with him in the 11 for favoritism. Set for the late pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Tuscan Thunder. Here's Power Speed. Charlie Hustle. Charlie Hustle. Moving forward. Still waiting on 4th and 1. The 2 outside runners here. 4th and 1 and Pure Mischief. 4th and 1. Just hesitating briefly here. Trying again. 4th and 1 is now gone in. Pure Mischief, Javier Castellano. To the outside. Already a couple wins on the day. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Smooth beginning for Diamond Life. In between horses, Heart Sent at the Rail, Combat Mission, Kendrick Harmouche. They're on the engine, and right there is Kaz Dominator. Plenty of pace on early. Power Speed joins them 3 wide, and just behind them, there comes Bravaro, who's now in behind those leaders in that shared 4th and 5th position with towards the outside. Now moving forward is 4th and 1. Tightly bunched on the front end. Patiently ridden Max Money, Joel Rosario, rail skimming ride. Here comes a big rally from the Toy Cannon. The Toy Cannon is trying to shoot right around George's Gold as they travel as 3 across and then losing ground in behind them. That was Diamond Life, who broke on top, is now towards the back end of the field. That one is followed by Pure Mischief. They're 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. The leader on the inside is Combat Mission. Right there still is Power Speed. On the outside, here comes 4th and 1, and 4th and 1 is ready to pounce, diving down to the inside, Bravaro. 4th and 1 out in the center of the racetrack. The rail is open here for Bravaro, who's got a lot of momentum for long left to go. Bravaro, Dylan Davis, they've taken the lead. Bravaro is trying to open up late, doing just that inside the final 16. 4th and 1 to the far outside. Bravaro to the inside. Bravaro won it. 4th and 1 second. Then came Max Money. That was Combat Mission in a photo with Kaz Dominator in 1 minute 10.13 seconds.
Bravaro, first time out. Safi Joseph Jr., Dylan Davis at 5-1.
Well, he took money as well, 5-1 in a big field here. Got a real nice trip and ride from Dylan Davis. When the 1 Combat Mission vacated the rail, gave Dylan all the space he needed, and this was a really good professional debut. For a young horse to be in the bridle, up on heels, in behind horses, right, caught in traffic, taking the kickback, the dirt thrown in his face, angle to the inside there, and then the kick on the way he did. You always like to see a horse win first time out, but a lot of them just go gate to wire, and basically they show they have speed. This horse showed he had quality the way he was able to get this done.
Clear-cut third choice on the board. Power Speed did wind up going your slight favorite at 9-5. The 11, 4th and 1 went off at 2-1 second choice, but this one took a lot of money. Had those big dirt works in the morning, specifically that September 1st work out of the gate for Safi Joseph Jr., but this 2-year-old, New York bred with talent.
Yeah, and then again, showing that dimension of being able to sit in traffic, work his way through it. A lot of professionalism here. That he gets it done nicely. Kind of a similar trip to your favorite, right? Power Speed attending the pace that was set by Combat Mission, which I thought was a little surprising because Combat Mission was pretty good from off the pace first time. I guess the rail, they decided to use more speed, which I'll always question the changing a horse's style up because of post position. But Power Speed had his chance again and just kind of faded.
3-11, 7-1. Yeah, Power Speed nowhere in the end, despite taking all that money. 5-1 upset to start off the late pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. Mark Casse coming off a huge summer, the dual Hall of Famer. He's going to send out a horse trying dirt for the first time, trying to get that first win with Connect the Stars in our 7th when we come back.
Who's still a nose in front. Koru is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Koru, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, and we are brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa as an impressive maiden breaking score, first time out from Bravaro, as I am pleased to be joined by most of his team, Sands. Of course, his breeder and co-owner, Stephanie Brennan. Well done, Steph. But as well as Albert Schifatelli. Did I say that right?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you. As well as Dylan Davis and everybody. Very happy winner's circle, by the way.
Big picture.
Albert, what a nice horse. I mean, he was gorgeous in the paddock, and he just, you know, when some horses have that conscious superiority, it felt like he had it.
Yeah, he looked really mature in there. He looked like a 3-year-old, honestly, in there. And DeSavvy Joseph and his team did such a great job with him and Dylan with an absolutely unbelievable ride. Put him in a great position to win that race. So shout out to Dylan for that. That was awesome.
Dill, I was reading some stats with you and Safi. Like, first time out, you guys are like nearly 50%, but you seem so confident with this horse. A lot of people said he was naturally fast for you and you sat the pocket.
Yeah, he was really professional for us for first time out. He broke well. He put me in a great spot. And then just teaching him along the first turn there just to settle in and relax. He really wanted to get along with the front runners. And then the rail opened up, and, you know, it's very tough for a first-timer to get through there, but we made sure I had enough horse to shoot through, and he shot through like he's done it before, and he ran hard all the way to the wire. He didn't get tired at all. He's just a big, good, strong-looking horse, and he moves well.
He really does. And Albert, what are the plans? You know, from here, you have to get excited. New York bred, beat a highly regarded field, at least they looked that way physically, and really kind of dominated.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see how he feels when he comes out of the race. And, you know, Safi and his team are always going to do the right thing by him. So we're going to follow their lead and, you know, see where they think he belongs next.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Very happy winners.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And deservedly so, guys. This is, I promise you, one of the best looking New York bred 2-year-olds I've seen all season.
High praise, and nothing like winning with a first-time starter. Sky's the limit, and we'll see what comes up next for you know, when you have a horse who's working so sharp and you have big expectations, and then to live up to him in the debut, that's when things start to really get exciting.
Well, on the flip side of that, you have horses that work in the mornings like they're the next world beater, and then in the afternoons, different atmosphere, different pressure, a lot of other horses, and they wind up not performing as well. So it's nice when you get one that kind of tips their hand. They have ability in the morning, but then they have the mental capacity to handle their racing as well as this horse did. This was as professional a 2-year-old debut as you'd like to see.
Coming up next, race 7, maidens, open company, 1-turn mile on our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We're approaching the 20-minute mark to post. Wide open race, although the board leaning heavily right now to Ken McPeak's All About You. What a start to the meet it has been for McPeak. 36% from limited starters, and now 2 sprints stretching out for All About You.
Yeah, and listen, this horse has a lot of foundation for that stretch out, and that's an old school move. You know, the old timers used to 2 sprints before they'd even think about stretching out, and Kenny McPeak, certainly a guy that's been around a long time and done it successfully. And how about Mystic Dan? Nice effort yesterday.
Yeah, former Derby winner, still has a little bit more left in the tank. As we wish Brian Hernandez Jr. all the best to try and get back as soon as he can. Well, few trainers in the sport can match the resume of trainer Mark Cassidy, a dual Hall of Famer in Canada and the United States. He has built a career defined by consistency, longevity, and success on racing's biggest stages. From classic victories to Breeders' Cup triumphs, his name has become synonymous with excellence on both sides of the border.
I know a lot about the breeding business. I'm very good at finding young prospects. And I learned that through my dad. My father, Norman Cassie, was one of the founding members of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company. My dad loves horse racing like I love horse racing, and we had a wonderful relationship that bonded around horse racing. And he was one of the worst horse trainers I've ever seen. I learned a lot from my dad, mostly not what to do. Second. We've had so many seconds. In this game, there are so many highs and lows. Now, I have to tell you, Lakari getting scratched was one of the most unique losses I've ever had. Honestly, How do I handle it? I handle it because I feel so fortunate to do what I do. I've got to win 4,000 races. So yes, there's bumps in the road, but how can I get upset about that? I just have to move forward, and that's how I handle it. 1, 2. Finish first and second. On the weekends, we'll be running at 4 or 5 tracks. On a real busy weekend, we would maybe run 30 to 40. And then what I do is I watch those races. I go home, I analyze what I think I saw, and then I come up with a plan. I do my own training chart of all my horses every day. And what motivates me is I don't want to lose. We have a wonderful team. I feel like we're up at the top. The thrill, you know. You get up in the morning and I look at my phone and look who I have running. That's what motivates me. It's about winning and being the best.
Well, to have the longevity he has had and to get to that number, you got to be motivated to win. 4,000, that happened this past summer. Look at some of the big moments. He's got the fastest turf sprinter in the land. Bring the band home, likely going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Talented 2-year-old in Ewing. Nitrogen, can she give a test to Torpedo Anna? Maybe she can. One of the top, maybe the top 3-year-old turf filly in the game. Proves she could be just as effective on dirt. Not to mention Lacara, and then Sandman still hanging around as well.
Yeah, listen, Mark's just a terrific guy, obviously a terrific horseman, a dual Hall of Famer in Canada, in the States. And I was, I've been very close with Mark for a number of years. When he first came to New York with 25 horses, he was in his early 20s. I was in my teens still. We teamed up for a lot of winners together. That's when I got to meet his dad, Norman, who is as good a guy as you'd ever want to meet. When I rode my first Derby, he really was so helpful in me getting around Churchill Downs and getting seating and tickets for everybody that I was going to have come for my first Derby. And I rode a bunch on the undercard for Mark that day at Churchill Downs as well. I mean, we had some good horses too. Kamikaze Rick and Raja Shark, Don't Fool With Me, Jeremiah Bullfrog. And we had a lot of good horses and a lot of wins together.
He's got a horse coming up, filly, in this maiden race who will be getting on dirt for the first time. That's Connect the Stars, who we will talk about when we come back. There she is, 6-1 right now. Switching surfaces. Dylan Davis will ride. More on race 7 when we return. $1,600,000, thank you. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, M.V. Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gio if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She was always gonna, obviously, hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Learn from one of the best, and Amelia Green, she's going to send out 2 in this race coming up, including this one moving to the dirt off that turf debut, but she has made quite an impact early on.
Well, like you said, she came up under Todd Pletcher, who not only a tremendous horseman, but just the classiest individual, and learned how to conduct yourself, how to do things the proper way.
10 minutes to post. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And looking at one of Amelia's runners in here, the number 5, Fancy Footwork, who does have 2 starts already under her belt, will stretch out in distance to the mile today, which I think that she should appreciate. She is a big filly. There is a lot of her, a lot of good size to her, and she's forward nicely on the bridle here in the paddock as well. Now, she has a lovely pedigree, being by Curlin out of the talented multiple graded stakes winning Terrace Tango. However, Terrace Tango hasn't been much of a producer yet. Did produce Grade 3 winner Capensis, who is a turf horse, and the other 2 foals have been winless. I actually wouldn't mind seeing Fancy Footwork try the turf once, but again, she does have that Curlin influence, certainly a positive influence about getting more distance. The flies are pretty bad this time of year, so that's a little bit agitated as a result of that, but altogether, she has been very professional, but has not been the best getting out of the gate, so hopefully she can channel channel some of that energy and break a bit quicker. The number 3, All About You. 2 sprints, stretching out. Greg, I know you like this angle, and I love this filly getting more distance. I think typically you think of McLean's music as a little bit more of a sprint influence, and they do tend to kind of be quick, early, precocious types. And while she is a little bit more of a narrow build, she is lanky, tall, and leggy, and I think will like the mile. Not to mention, she does have some natural speed, as she was urged forward last time out, and it had some pressure, and I thought actually stuck around pretty well, finishing 3rd that day. So stretching out, you'd think that with Javier Castellano, she should be on the engine early and use that speed going a bit longer. The number 2, Connect the Stars, gets onto the dirt for the first time. I know Maggie had a lot of interest having seen her and commenting that in her notes she'd always written down she looks like a dirt horse. My first time seeing her in the paddock, and I certainly agree. She's more upright in her pasterns, in the way that she's put together, very athletic, but she's also a tall and leggy type. So sometimes we have seen Mark Casse enter horses going long on the turf, getting them distance, because you really don't have the opportunity to run 2-year-olds going the mile until around now, or at least later in the season. So maybe that was a little bit of the thought process there. She's been sharper going out, and I know that she's had several starts already, but she has run well, especially I thought last time out. We'll see if she can effectively make the surface switch. She certainly looks like she should, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Post parade here coming up. And yeah, All About You, Ken McPeak. 36% here at the meet early on, making a lot of the right calls. And that filly, 2 sprints, stretching out. We'll get to in a moment. We start with a first-time starter, Miguel Clement-Barn.
Yeah, is it a half to a dirt sprint winner named Silent Dreamer? Tough post to debut, but looks like she's been well prepared.
Manny Franco rides. Dylan Davis on the Mark Casse runner, getting on dirt for the first time.
Well, she has a lot of foundation. 4 starts, 5th start here. The mare was a stakes winner on dirt.
All About You. Here's the Ken McPeak favorite.
That 2 sprints to her out, that's real old school horsemanship, and this horse ran well on both starts, showing good speed.
Chad Brown runner moving to dirt, who does have dirt pedigree.
Yeah, there is a dirt pedigree there, and maybe Chad just wanted to start this horse out a bit longer and now gets to go a mile on dirt.
So that feature on Amelia Green. Here's a 2 sprint stretch out runner, fancy footwork.
Does need to break a bit better. That has been a little bit of a thorn in her side, but I always thought the longer the better for that filly.
Big price like tonight comes in from Colonial, and here's Bill Mott's Appreciatively. I thought this one interesting with the pedigree and what the Dam's produced.
Yeah, Dam is a producer. She's a half to Dream Fire, who was a stakes runner on turf as well as dirt.
It started 3 for 3, including the first 2 on dirt. The Sorrento, one of them, asking for Mott as well, second-time starter.
Yeah, Mott's horses get better with racing too, and with her pedigree, you think stretching out's going to be beneficial.
Another Miguel Clement first-time starter, Chartist.
Yeah, drawn more towards the outside, and I love the work tabs. I love seeing multiple 5-furlong works.
$800,000 daughter of Curlin for Todd Pletcher. Believable. And the Dam produced Tenfold, who was 3rd to Justify in the Preakness.
Yeah, and she's a full to that $1.2 million earner, Tenfold, and well posted here.
Yeah, won the Jim Dandy and Pimlico Special. And then Noise to Make Noise, the other Amelia Green runner, gets on dirt.
Yeah, changing surfaces, but has that race under her belt, so she could improve for sure.
And there is a bit of dirt pedigree with that one as well at a big price. Pick 4 pool, you see $225,000 and growing. Let's look at the favorite, and there she is. Daughter of McLean's Music for Kenny McPeak. In her Saratoga performance back on August 31st, most recent start, she was on the lead early and then hung around for 3rd late.
Yeah, listen, she has sprint speed, so she's going to be forward here. But when you stretch to a mile, pace is usually a lot more moderate, and the horse can get in a good rhythm. And I like when horses have those 2 sprints before they stretch out. It just adds such a layer of foundation for them to be prepared for it.
Quick in both of her starts, early on. So we'll see if Javier Castellano, you would think, is going to try and use that speed from the get-go. We're not sure, of these firsters, who's going to be quick early, but of those who've run, certainly looks like she's the quick of the quick.
Well, doesn't it feel like, too, when a trainer starts a first-time starter out going a mile on the dirt, it's probably because they haven't shown a lot of early speed in the mornings, right? So they say, well, we don't want to get them, completely outrun sprinting, so we're going to go a little further because the pace won't be as sharp.
What about the way she's warming up?
She looks good in the warm-up, moving well. I also think that the horse right next to her right there, the 8, Asking, made a nice impression in the warm-up. I love the way she framed up as well.
And that's one of 2 in the race for Bill Mott there in the background. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And keeping on with horses that have some experience, so take a look at the Chad Brown runner, who is a bit cold on the board, and that's the 4 Concurrently, who's going turf to dirt. I wasn't in the paddock for her first race, but I remember actually watching it from the stands, and she was really naughty in the post parade, kind of throwing her head off, running on very hard to handle, way more settled and relaxed today, as she has kept herself calmer throughout the preliminaries in here. Now, the Dams races, she was multiple stakes winner and all winning long on the dirt. All 3 of the fellow siblings to race have been winless. So there's not a ton to really sink your teeth into. And typically when Chad Brown starts a horse on the turf versus one that has a dirt pedigree or vice versa, it's often a good sign. Now, clearly she was high-headed early in that race. It seemed like Flavien Prat was just trying to get her into the race and keep her settled. He does stay aboard today. Like I said, she's acting a lot better. She certainly could handle the main track in here. Oftentimes horses that are just really nice movers do effectively go onto the turf, so I'm wondering if that was a little bit of the thought process. I just wonder mentally if maybe she's one that needs a little bit of time to put it all together, and that's really where most of the improvement should lie. As far as first-time starters do go, speaking about opposite with pedigree, the number 1, Yadorlinia. Yes, that's how we said it was said. Pronounced, thanks to Chris Griffin for the assist there, as it does appear to be a boat in Croatia, a Croatian pronunciation, out of the very classy Celestine, multiple graded stakes winning turf mare. Celestine's only other foal to race is Silent Dreamer, who started once on the turf to no avail, then switched to the dirt and won impressively there. So that was a little bit of the thought process with this filly in trying the dirt. Plus you have the influence with Curlin, and she has trained exceptionally well on the main track. It's not easy to debut at a mile, and that really is the big question for her. And yet she certainly does look like she's well spotted and fits these conditions quite well and has been very professional, but of course a very difficult place to debut. And the same could be said for the 10 Believable, another daughter of Curlin, this one out of Temptress, who's did win a couple of times on the main track and did produce tenfold, making this one a full sister to that grade 2 winner, multiple grade 1 placed. But he was the first of her foals, and everyone else after that, she's had 7 foals to race, have been very underwhelming. Oftentimes you do see the best results out of the first foal for a talented race mare as well. So there's not a ton, I think, recently in the pedigree. Very big, good-looking individual, not overly quick-looking. So another one that looks to be well-spotted, debuting at this mile, Greg.
Yeah, Curlin out of a Tappet mare, more ground you would think. Just cursory look at that pedigree, longer is going to be better.
Yeah, absolutely. And even just from a physical perspective, I thought that could be the case as well. You know, yesterday we had a race where you had 2 full sisters that couldn't have looked any different side by side. I always find the genetics part of this fascinating.
Yeah, one was getting on turf for the first time. I actually surprised. I thought the one who had run on the grass was going to be incredibly hard to beat. Chad Brown wound up winning that race.
Yes, yeah.
Going away.
Philly came with a nice run, too, under Dylan Davis that won it. But it was interesting, too. The one filly trying the turf for the first time obviously didn't care for it at all.
Does not always translate, right? See what happens here. Concurrently is this Chad Brown filly moving turf to dirt. The dam was graded stakes place on the dirt. Multiple stakes winner on the dirt. And the second dam was multiple stakes place sprinter on the dirt.
We're also getting to a time of year where you got to start looking towards the end of grass season a few months down the line. And are these horses going to be okay on the dirt, or do we have to, get to places where we're going to have turf at our disposal over the winter?
And look, there's a lot to like with the 3. Especially the horse could be in front, has that foundation as we talked about. Biggest number on dirt as well, but 8-5 is getting a little overboard here, isn't it?
Well, and also, does she want to stretch out? I mean, it appears like she certainly has the foundation to do it. I went with the 5 Fancy Footwork. I hope she breaks a little better, but I do think she'll appreciate the mile.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the 7th from Belmont at the Big A.
2 out. Believable and Noise to Make Noise. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Light Tonight in between horses, right out to the front. Light Tonight's got company to the inside from All About You, who's going to be in that early mix. Concurrently is joining them in behind. It's now going to be back to 5th. Is pushing forward. Here comes a move from Believable, and Believable now challenges for supremacy and does. It's Believable who's in front. Light Tonight is back to 2nd. At the rail, here comes All About You. Looks like a moderate tempo as they bunch up on the front end. Asking, center of the racetrack is in 4th. Concurrently is in between horses moving forward. There's Noise to Make Noise. Just behind them is Yardolinia, is now in behind that leading group. That one's followed by Connect the Stars. To the outside of that rival comes Fancy Footwork. That's the gray. Second to last is going to be Chartist, and the trailer appreciatively tightly bunched on the front end, 23 seconds flat. Easy opening quarter mile for Believable. Believable was thrust to the front, just having to steady there was All About You. Light Tonight got caught in that traffic, concurrently was able to avoid it, and here comes Concurrently towards the outside. The leader's Believable. Here comes Asking. Junior Alvarado just cruising up on the outside, 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Concurrently made that quick move, is 3 wide, is coming after leaders now. All About You had that trouble on the turn, is trying to pick it up, is at the rail. The front 4 have some separation on the rest, and Concurrently is coming to Believable. Believable is in front, but Concurrently is ready to pounce on that leader. At the rail, All About You is rallying on 2. Believable and Concurrently, All About You. One rolling from the back is Chartist, but running out of time. Believable is still shrugging off the challenge to the outside here. Here comes Concurrently one more time. Inside the final 16, Concurrently, Believable. They still duke it out. These two down to the line together. Photo! Nice horse race there. It was Concurrently and Believable in that photo. Then came All About You, followed by Yardolina. 1 minute 37.28 seconds.
Dead tight at the wire. Concurrently, the 4, the 10 ran huge. First time out, Believable. I don't know. We need to take another look. I thought maybe the 4. Take another look, slow it down. Outside the 4, inside the 10. Last jump, maybe that was past the wire.
Wow, this is dead tight. Its nose is up and down on the line. Believable fought so hard every step of the way. Looked like at one point she was starting to get away. Here came Concurrently back for more. And it's just a matter of whose nose is down at the right spot in that right moment. I'm not even going to try to call this. That could be a dead heat.
Don't take that way out, man.
Right here inside. And now they get back together right on the money.
I'm just wondering, did the 4 get the 4 eventually got the nose down past, but I think it might have been right past the wire. It's just tough to tell. What a race. And switching Concurrently to dirt, definitely the right move. Believable, who probably wants more ground. Big effort. It is not easy to win going a mile on dirt in your debut. And this ran a huge race.
And Believable.
Win or lose.
Took all the pressure from every side, inside, outside, came out. And it was the 10 who got all of that bob.
10, 4, 3, 1. Believable. $800,000. Son of 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, with the victory.
Just as game as a horse could be, too. She just did not want to be passed.
Yeah, Philly, excuse me, debuting here. 10-4, 3-1, once again, 8-1. This has just been such a difficult sequence in this pick 6. We probably have enough already at this point for a carryover heading into next week. What a race, though, between these two.
Honestly, this race didn't deserve a loser. Both these fillies just ran too hard, too good, to come up a nose shy. But Believable, what a game effort. She's already got a lot of residual value being a full to tenfold, but now she's shown she has her own ability and tenacity.
Not sure how our producer knew this was going to happen. But Todd Pletcher wins with Believable. And right on cue, Todd Pletcher and Locked will look back at his victory in the Woodward from yesterday next.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As believable, dug in, getting the bob in that photo finish under Kendrick Carmouche, who's joining me here. And Kendrick, I think the roar of the crowd, the fans here, probably bet on her as well, and cheering you back to the winner's circle could be heard around the Big A. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, I think that last couple of jumps, I think they helped me push a little bit harder, you know. I worked this Philly 4 starts ago in Saratoga out of the gate, and, you know, she had broke a step slow then. As you can see, she broke a step slow today, but I wanted to make sure I get her in the race because I did know after a quarter of a mile out of the work, she was really, like, engaged with the horse and wanting to do it. So I knew once I'd done that, I knew she would fight back at the end, and she prevailed. I think both of us wanted to win that much.
Yeah, you certainly threw it down. Two talented fillies. Did you know you got that bob? Because it was tight.
You know, I never, most of the time I know, but this one was really close, but I just knew that, you know, I was pushing her down pretty hard that she put her head down and, you know, at the right time, I'd take it.
I don't know if people can hear it, but they're literally chanting Kendrick behind you.
I love it. I love it. You know, they must be going to have a good dinner tonight.
As they should. Well done, well ridden. Nice filly.
Thank you very much. Louisiana, baby, we in the booth.
In the house, Louisiana. Kendrick on a talented first-time starter. This filly by Curlin cost $800,000 and I think more than lives up to expectations in the debut. I'm not even sure connections were thinking they would win first time out with what she went off at on the board.
Well, we saw a first-time starter win the last race from off the pace, take kickback split horses. Now we have a first-time starter win by taking the heat from everybody and just showing that tenacity. She did not want to lose. That's something you can't train into a racehorse. You can't teach a racehorse. Either they have that dominant herd mentality or they don't, and obviously she did. And you know what throws you off? Look at the photo here, right? As a jockey, you could see that Flavien Prat's helmet's in front of Kendrick's helmet, and sometimes that would throw me off if the rider's body was a little bit in front of my body, but it matters where the horse's nose is.
That is one of, look, anytime it's a photo, it's close. That is one of the tightest photos I've ever seen.
Really, really tight. Honestly, this race didn't deserve for either one of these fillies to lose.
Lived up to the billing for Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and these are going to be potentially some fillies we hear a lot more about down the line. Believable winning at first asking. Looks like more ground will be even more beneficial for her. $18.56. First time out for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and Kendra Carmouche. As we move on to our feature, Gio Ponti, 3-year-olds on the turf, $150,000 purse. And it is Capitol Hill, Bilmont, Junior Alvarado, who open up as a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, no surprise here. This is a horse more of a closing type, but think this horse going to get enough speed to help set up that late run?
Good question. We will find out. Comes from pretty far out of it. Speaking of Todd Pletcher, horse who go all the way back to March of this year, and looked like this might be the horse to supplant Sierra Leone as your Breeders' Cup Classic winner, is the best older horse in the country. Has not panned out that way the rest of the year, but good to see him get back on track in the Woodward in a compact field, but running down a horse who had things his own way in a 3-horse group, Phileas Fogg.
Yeah, I thought this was really interesting. It locks inside of Phineas Fogg here, right? Johnny Velasquez has been riding him for a long way. He definitely looked like a bicycle horse, meaning if you're not pedaling, he's not running. But here's what the game changer was. Johnny's like, my horse isn't going to run up inside of this horse. I'm going to angle out. Once he pulled him out to the clear and he saw all that empty racetrack in front of him, he found more. He found another stride. His stride completely changed. He leveled off, and he ran down a loose on the lead Phineas Fogg, who had absolutely no excuses. Locked is very good. When he's on his game, he's very good. And it's easy to root for Eclipse Thoroughbreds and their partners because of just what sportsmen they've shown to be, particularly with journalism, going through the Triple Crown, not shying away from challenges, and Locked certainly took a step back to his better form.
Off this now, do you think he deserves a shot in the Classic?
I do, absolutely. Also, he's already shown an affinity, albeit it was Santa Anita when he won the Santa Anita handicap, but for Southern California, and he comes off a win like this, mile and a quarter, yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's already a very deep division, the older horse division, and with the 3-year-olds that we have stepping up to face their elders in the Classic, and now throw Lock, fold him into the mix, this could be a Breeders' Cup Classic for the ages.
Really shaping up to be, of course, his stablemate. We'll get to in a moment. Let's talk Classic rankings and the Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy Travers winner. He's top of the class. He should be the favorite in the Classic, but Lock's stablemate, Fierceness, he got back on track heading out west of the Pacific Classic. You have last year's Classic winner, Sierra Leone, Mindframe, who beat Sierra Leone in the Stephen Foster and then didn't get to finish his race in that Jockey Club Gold Cup. Journalism, sensational in the Preakness. Not to mention Forever Young, who we've not seen back in a while. Baeza, who wins the Pennsylvania Derby. This is an incredible group.
Yeah, and listen, don't sell Antiquarian short coming off of that big win. Now, listen, Sierra Leone was very unlucky in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but he wasn't more unlucky than Mindframe. So Sierra Leone had a, check trying to avoid Irad Ortiz, a prone Irad Ortiz, but Mindframe had absolutely no chance to show what he was capable of. So you can't really take away from that race who would have won it if it was cleanly run.
He's the big unknown right now because he beat Sierra Leone in the Stephen Foster. You can have varying opinions about that race, but yeah, we didn't get to see him really in his final prep, and now he'll be trained up to the Classic.
Absolutely. So, you could say, yes, Sierra Leone was unlucky because he had a check, but Mindframe was even more unlucky because he didn't even get to compete. He was eliminated at basically the first 70 yards.
Still, if all these races or all these horses show up and run their A race, you still have a hard time seeing Sovereignty getting beat?
Listen, I'm a huge Sovereignty fan. I made it clear my thoughts on Sovereignty right after he won the Travers. He's as good a 3-year-old as I've seen in a very, very long time. Maybe some were as good, but he's as good as I've seen going all the way back to the late 70s, early 80s. He is a real racehorse. And not only what I see with my own eye that makes me form my opinion, the metrics in which handicappers use, speed figures and times of races, bear out that what my eye is telling me, that's certainly reinforcing.
Belmont has handled him to perfection.
Perfection.
And he'll be the favorite in this year's Breeders' Cup Classic, tackling an incredible group. We're going to take a timeout. We honor a turf giant multiple Eclipse Award winner, Gio Ponti from the Clermont Barn. When we come back, stay with us. Our feature race is next.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And Geoponti is 4.5 lengths from the lead in behind horses as the field turns for home. Mission Approved still on top. Mission Approved is still the leader. On the outside, here comes Expansion now. Geoponti comes up for running room, and he's got 1 furlong to get to the wire. But it's still a huge long shot, and Mission Approved in front. Expansion, Geoponti. Mission Approved, he's 50-1. Here's Geoponti on the outside, and Geoponti did it like a champion that he is.
What a runner. 3-time Eclipse Award winner for the late Christophe Clement. Runner-up to Zenyatta when they went the route of the Breeders' Cup Classic on synthetic. He was sensational at 1.14 consecutive Grade 1s.
And that Breeders' Cup Classic where Zenyatta ran him down, what a great ride Ramon Dominguez gave this horse. You get the save ground inside out, took the lead with about a 16th to run, and then here comes Zenyatta, the great Zenyatta, to run him down. But they were a match made in heaven. Gio Ponti, Ramon Dominguez, and Christophe Clement. And Ramon's style of riding and Christophe's style of training so complemented each other. Really just a terrific racehorse, Geoponti. And he also was beaten by Goldakova.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he faced 2 of the best mares of their generations, and unfortunately, he couldn't quite handle them.
What a streak, though. Kilroe Mile, Manhattan, Man of War, Arlington Million, 4 Grade 1 wins in a row as well in the middle of his career. He was sensational.
Yeah, I believe I was second to him in the Kilroe Mile, too, which I don't want to talk about it.
Ventura?
No, that wasn't. It was a different race. He beat me in California.
Coming up on our Geoponti today, our feature, Mile on the Turf for 3-year-olds. And the favorite, wow. Todd Pletcher's Candy Town, coming off an A other than victory at Saratoga. The one to beat on the board right now. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, 5-2 for him as he took a huge step forward, second off of that layoff, winning with an 88 Beyer speed figure last time out, and he was impressive in doing so. I wasn't in the paddock that day, and I saw him 2 starts back, and that day I really was not impressed by him. I thought coming back off the bench, he just had not taken that step forward from 2 to 3. He hadn't strengthened, and he really has done so well with racing. Clearly took a lot from that disappointing 8th place finish beyond the talented Stars and Strides when he was wide that day. Then last time coming back, forwardly placed, pressing, and able to run down the pace setter. Now, I do think It's much deeper waters, of course, today. He is still not the biggest, not the broadest, but he has really improved, now making the third start off the layoff, that third start of the form cycle, which often can be the strongest effort for a horse. And he's sharp here in the paddock as well, which I do appreciate. I think that he is kind of the quintessential miler now, and I think that that's the right spot for him. My big question is, can he repeat that big effort where his Beyer speed figure would certainly put him as the horse to beat? But the big question is, can he do it again? And can he do it against this caliber of field? Right to his outside, the number 6, Capitol Hill, comes in with a little bit of spotty form. Now, he ran exceptionally well in the Manila back in July, where he was beaten just by 3/4 of a length behind Zulu Kingdom, who's arguably kind of the top miler of this 3-year-old crop, and a horse that has been very, very impressive in his run for Chad Brown the last few starts. Then we saw Capitol Hill stretch out and try going the mile in 3/16 in the Saratoga Derby, where it looked like he was kind of right there, didn't look the most comfortable in between horses and didn't kick on. Then they tried Kentucky Downs, where he had an outside post. He was wide throughout. He was high-headed in that running, which to me suggested that he just was never really comfortable. I always find it a little bit tricky to figure out which types of horses will like and appreciate Kentucky Downs, so maybe he's just a horse that didn't handle it. He also is a massive animal. He's big, he's so brawny, he carries a lot of conditioning, and maybe that course just was not to his liking. So I'm willing to give him another chance in here as he comes back to the NYRA circuit. He's continued to strengthen and develop, and I think maybe this is just going to be the right spot for him with some legitimate excuses in his last couple of starts. The number 7, Salamis, to the outside for Chad Brown, just broke his maiden last time out, but that was off of a layoff from April to August, and I thought that he was one who had really moved forward as a 3-year-old. I know that he finished 3rd in his first race off the bench at Keeneland this year. It was behind eventual Grade 1 winner World Beater that day as well. And then last time out, several horses did send to the front and he dropped back. And while he did finish closing on the left lead, he finished best in that race, and he has a very aggressive demeanor to him. Last time he was screaming coming into the paddock, and very much the same today. He kind of announced his presence and did settle down once they put the tack on him. Great in his coat. He looks exceptional off the back of that win last time out. I know that it's him stepping in to face Stakes Company, but I think off that maiden victory, it is the logical next spot for a horse that maybe has just taken a little bit of time to come to hand. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia, coming off that maiden win, Saratoga, and it was a big move forward in that maiden win as well. As you take a look at Ricardo Santana Jr., he will be on board Griffin's Wharf, who faced Stars and Strides back in that August 7th Saratoga performance. And of course, he would come out of there and have a stakes win in the Saranac.
Yeah, Stars and Strides kind of caused some problems in the stretch of that race too, where he ducked in sharply in behind a leader, but then he came back and backed it up with that stakes victory.
And this horse faced him in that stakes performance of the Saranac, was second to him. I thought really showed a good turn of foot when he dove down to the inside there and turned it on late in a race that they did not go that fast.
No, it was a big effort from Magic Pathway with Kendrick Carmouche that day, ducking to the inside, finishing. And this is a horse that's versatile. He's a horse that can lay up close. And I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed signed on here, Greg.
Here is Church and State. His race in the Toronto Cup, it was a very good field, by the way. Thundering actually came back and got beat a nose in the Kent Stakes in his next start. Wagstaff before that, who had beat him, had won 3 in a row. He ran extremely fast. I'm surprised. He was 8-1 morning line. He is I thought, a huge contender in here and being overlooked.
I agree with you. Gets a good inside post, going to get to save ground in a 2-turn turf race. Only 2 tries on the turf, rest of the race is on synthetic, and both of them were very good efforts.
Here's Griffin's Wharf. He had faced, as we mentioned, Stars and Strides before he went on to go and win the Saranac, Tom Worley Barn.
Yeah, really nice effort on the turf, finished through traffic extremely well last time.
Church and State, that stakes win the Toronto Cup at Woodbine on the grass last start.
Yeah, both of his turf efforts are good.
Magic Pathway, second behind Stars and Strides in the Saranac at Saratoga last start.
Versatile, finished well, too big a price at 9-1.
XY Prime, the only one really being dismissed at 22-1.
Yeah, it comes off a win on the dirt and an off the turf event. Didn't have any speed in his turf debut.
Here's Candy Town for Pletcher. Edgar Zayas rides.
I was very taken with that last performance. This is much tougher, but runs that race back is going to be tough and should be forward.
Capitol Hill, he is the class of the field. He's faced the toughest company.
Well, he's been in grade 1 company, the toughest there is, but he also lacks speed in a race that lacks speed.
And then Chad Brown's runner outside, Flavian Pratt coming off that impressive maiden win.
And yeah, ran well. It was a kind of a work in progress, figuring things out. Seems like put it all together last time.
So back to Candy Town for Pletcher. Homebred for Calumet Farm. And, you know, broke his maiden at Gulfstream in April, but really took a huge move forward in this other than allowance win at Saratoga.
Yeah, it was always poised, you know, to finish the deal here, and really liked the way this horse kicked on through the stretch. I thought this was a big step forward for this horse, and what's to say this horse can't deliver that kind of performance back?
As you said, though, much tougher group that's going to be trying to run at him in this race. Capitol Hill, Salamis for Chad Brown. Church and State Stakes winner at Woodbine last time out. Even Magic Pathway, who was just behind Stars and Strides in this Saranac last start. It's a different ball game.
It is a different ball game, but what could be the great equalizer, Greg, is that Candy Town is going to be forward in a race where I'm really having a hard time making out. Who do you think goes to the lead in this spot?
There's a good chance it's him, right?
Could be him, and if he makes the lead the right way, I think he's going to make this horse very, very tough.
Magic Pathway, he'd been showing some at least tactical speed early on in his career, and actually when he had an allowance win at Colonial, he was on the front end, won gate to wire with slow fractions, though.
Yeah, very slow fractions, but this was, you know, he's closing into slow fractions here, and you saw that Kendrick was kind of looking to get to the outside. Your winner, Stars and Strides, was able to duck into that space, and then he drifted out again. So Kendrick went back to the place where he started and finished with interest on a horse that's shown that he's extremely talented, if still maybe not a finished product yet.
Michael Trombetta trains in those Live Oak Plantation silks. Kendrick Carmouche was aboard for that Saranac. I just thought it was impressive, too. It was very slow fractions and really turned it on to get up for second place money. And Stars and Strides, you know, few have faced him in here, but I think very talented for Belmont.
I agree, very talented. This horse, though, honestly, way too big a price at 8-1. This horse I thought would be no worse than third choice off of that Saranac effort.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And wanted to take a look at the number 4, Griffin's Wharf, who came close to Stars and Strides last time out. Of course, as you mentioned, Stars and Strides would go on to win that Saranac. And Griffin's Wharf is a horse that, I remember speaking to Maggie about him, he doesn't necessarily look like a turf horse, but there is pedigree for it. He's actually the half-brother to a horse I know well in Teddy's Rocket, who actually debuted on the same day, or the day before maybe, on the turf, won impressively, and then would go on to run 4th in the Grade 1 Summer up at Woodbine. Very much a turf horse, and this horse took a big step forward getting onto the turf last time out. Now, as you guys saw, he came out first in the post parade. He was saddled on the walk and away from the rest of the field, all steps to keep him calm, as last time out he did get really revved up and got quite washy as well. All the steps that they've taken have really helped to keep him settled today, and he has been calm for his standards, though he is still sharp, but moving beautifully out there. And I like him switching onto the turf. I know he doesn't look as turf meant. He has much more of the Constitution influence versus Teddy's Rocket, who is more angular, but I think that this definitely is his preferred surface. And I know he was far back last time, but he actually broke sharply. Now, the number 2, Magic Pathway, he does have some speed too, as he also broke running in the Saranac, and then he kind of dropped back and made a late run, but he wired the field at Colonial 2 starts back. I know it was a slower pace, but he is a horse that has the benefit of being able to be more forwardly placed. I think that he is a little bit more tucked up today than he was last time out, but moving well. He's pretty sharp. Kendra Carmouche, as we just saw, riding exceptionally well and continuing to do so. I agree, he's too big a price. To the number 1, Church and State,
2 starts on the turf, a win in stakes company, and a 3rd place finish. He is a high-headed type of runner. He does wear that shadow roll, but he tends to kind of drop back, kind of throw his head up in the air. I will say that Joel Rosario, probably one of the best riders for a horse like that, with very soft hands, because I think the key with this guy is going to be getting him to put his head down and relax throughout the running of the race, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. There he is, loading up with Joel. The inside post coming off that stakes win at Woodbine. And even though the Beyer number relative to some of the others seems a little light, other figures, he's the fastest horse in the field.
Gets a good inside draw. I like what Acacia said, a horse that could be a little bit difficult to handle. And one thing that Rosario brings to the table, he's got a nice soft set of hands. Usually horses settle into his hands well.
Celamese, Chad Brown, Pratt outside has become the 2-1 favorite. Capitol Hill, graded stakes placed, the 6, 3-1 right now. 3rd choice on the board. Set for our feature, the Geoponti from our Sunday card at Belmont of the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Going in, Celamese. Just about in the gate, now in. All set for the Geoponti. And they're off. Griffin's Wharf from in between horses breaks well, and right there is Magic Pathway in the red cap. It's going to be these front 2, and now Magic Pathway at the rail puts a neck in front of Griffin's Wharf back to 2nd. Following them is Candy Town. At the rail moving on through, that's XY Prime, and that's the leading quartet. Just behind them is a patiently ridden Celamese. Is comfortable enough, is in the 5th spot as they work around this turn. Towards the back end, the 2 trailers, Capitol Hill with the Church and State. Magic Pathways got the lead. Magic Pathway took him through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Griffin's Wharf engaged to the outside within a half length of the leader. At the rail comes XY Prime. Is in 3rd, is right there in tandem with Candy Town, who's a well-placed 4th. Celamese starts to warm to the task from 5th and now moves in as 6 off the lead. Just behind them, that's Capitol Hill, and still the trailer, Church and State. 46-4 for a half-mile time. Ahead in front is Magic Pathway. Griffin's Wharf ready to pounce towards the outside, and those 2 sprint in the turn together. XY Prime to the inside of Candy Town. No excuses, Candy Town. Celamese is now looming in behind these horses, is in 5th. Looks to have some horse as they reach the top of the lane. Magic Pathway is the leader, kicks on. Magic Pathway, Griffin's Wharf. Celamese is now in full pursuit on the grandstand side. Magic Pathway still there. XY Prime still not out of it. Celamese now. Here comes Celamese lifting and coming after the leaders and takes the lead. Celamese is in front. Capitol Hill's rolling on the grandstand side too. It's Celamese who's almost there. Celamese wins the Geoponti. Capitol Hill 2nd. Griffin's Wharf finished 3rd. Then that was a photo. Church and State with Candy Town in 1 minute 35 seconds flat.
Celamese, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt far back early, and a big turn of foot down the stretch.
Just watching Flavian Pratt ride is such a pleasure to me. He broke sharp with Celamese, eased back out of the pace, and there was much more pace on than I thought there would be, 46 and change. Finds that gap, that huge gap between flights where his horse gets so comfortable, and you could identify, Greg, going to the half-mile pole, he was loaded with horse, and he's just so patient, timed his run perfectly. Celamese was very good, but what a pleasure to watch Flavian Pratt ride.
Off a maiden win, taking off horses who have had victories against winners already. This one certainly ready for this moment. Juddmonte homebred, huge fan of the mom, Antono, who was very good in a brief career. Capitol Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Candy Town complete the top 4.
Very good. And listen, great job by Chad Brown to have this horse ready to take a step up from a maiden race to winning the Geoponti. But, man, he was traveling like a winner every step. And, again, you know, you got to have the horse underneath you. It's horse racing, not jockey racing. But Flavian Pratt consistently just delivers top-class ride after top-class ride.
Geoponti to Celamese. Prices in a moment. We're going to head to Delaware Park. And the Grade 3 Delaware Handicap, 1 1/8 miles. Gunsong, of course, won here in New York earlier this week. So that one out, and also from the outside. Margie's Intention has been scratched out of this race. The rest remain. Here's Dazzling Move, Saffie Joseph Jr.
Affiliate, it's got some speed, should be forward. Didn't get to run her race last time when she was bothered at the break.
Julien Leparoux on Runaway Diva.
It's just going to have to run a bit faster than what we've seen, but comes into it in good form.
Even Money, Dan Ward's Majestic Oops, who was third in the Ballerina.
And previous to that, when she was stretched out in the Molly Pitcher, second best to randomized.
Off since this race last year, long time away, Queen of Missoula.
Yeah, a nice effort by her last year, but tough task to come from that long a layoff and take on this company.
And Regaled Whit Beckman, 3-1.
In good form. 2 starts since being freshened from May to August, and could be primed for her very best today, and comes off a good effort.
Coming off a third-place finish in the Grade 2 Locust Grove at Churchill Downs. But, well, as we take a look at the odds again here, 6-5, favoritism moving to Saffie Joseph's Dazzling Move. It was closing in on $500,000 in earnings.
She's hard knocking, consistent, shows up. Last time in the personal ensign, she just had no shot the way the race ran. She wants to be forward. She should be forward here. And she was really compromised at the break. So if she gets away cleanly, she'll get to run her true race.
Muddy track, that's the listing right here. Majestic Oops has been very good on an off track. So has Dazzling Move, for that matter.
Yeah, and listen, every track's different when they're wet. So, it may not translate the same to Delaware as it might at other racetracks, but you like to see that. It's a vote of confidence when they've already shown that they can handle less than fast or pristine surfaces.
And what about in terms of pace in this race? Is Dazzling Move the one everyone's just going to have to try and run down here?
Doesn't it feel like that? The Dazzling Move, that when she runs her A race, it's to go to the front. There's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. She doesn't have anybody to her inside, so she's not running the risk of being squeezed at the break. They all got to catch Dazzling Move.
For Saffie Joseph Jr., 4 wins, 4 seconds in her career. And again, as you said, bad beginning, and there she is, the 2, in that Grade 1 personal ensign, and that pretty much did her in. She wants to be up front dictating things, and she had no chance to do that.
No, she had no chance to do that, and let's be honest here. I mean, the personal ensign, you had your reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. You had Darth Vader, who's been in very good form. Leslie's Rose was coming off a win. I think it was a deeper field.
No question.
Right? Yeah.
6-5 here. Majestic Oops looks like her most stringent competition in here, but certainly the 6. Regaled taking money as well, although, Impel a couple back. She was no match yesterday for our Disaster in that Gallant Bloom, but she's taking a lot of money here.
Yeah, she is. She's never won at the 1/8 distance yet, but she's a player, obviously. She's your third choice, taking money. I'm a big Majestic Oops fan, and I think stretching back out off the 7 furlongs Ballerina is going to suit her well.
Had put together 3 in a row before she got beat by randomized in the Molly Pitcher, and then came back, ran 3rd in the Grade 1 Ballerina, and maybe she wants a little bit more ground as well. She will get it here at 1 1/8. And this purse of $400,000. But 6-5 favoritism stays with Dazzling Move.
And that Grade 1 placing in the Ballerina, which she was, a distant 3rd, but that enhances her value greatly, getting that Grade 1 placing.
Delaware Handicap, 1 1/8, Grade 3. Joshua Brown with the call.
Queen of Missoula, second last. Regale to the outside. This is the Delaware Handicap, and they are in the gate. Away and running. A touch slow is Queen of Missoula. Good speed against the rail for Dazzling Move. Right there too is Majestic Oops, and they set the very soft tone in the Delaware handicap. And not far behind is Runaway Diva with a lap to go. Regaled has one beaten, and Queen of Missoula off the lengthy layoff is last of all. So up and around the first turn they go. Dazzling Move is kicked away from the opposition already in the 3-path and shows the way by 4. Majestic Oops is right there on a patient hold in that second place position, and Runaway Diva is under some pent-up power too. There's a gap of a length and a half back to Queen of Missoula, and Regil is trying to pick off that rival. 5.5 furlongs to go in the Del Cap, and this is number 88, and Dazzling Move has it all its own way, and she shows the way by 3.5 to 4 expanding lengths. Majestic Oop under now a little bit of a loose rein to keep going to that second place position, and Runaway Diva's in third. There's been no twist to the plot amongst the top 3. Regil is picked off 1, and Queen of Missoula not responding despite getting a couple of reminders at the 4 furlong pole. So Dazzling Move continues to lead, but the lead is down to 3. Majestic Oops is all in with about 5/16 of a mile to go. Runaway Diva is still 4 lengths down from the both of them, and Regil is picked off Queen of Missoula. Here's the quarter pole in the Del Cap, and Dazzling Move continues to show that dazzling speed in front by 3 open lengths. And now Runaway Diva looms up the inside, and closing in is Regil on the far outside. And in a blink of an eye, Runaway Diva comes with a surging run, and here comes Regil, and Regil comes with a powerful punch and hits the front and deep stretch. Runaway Diva with no response, and Regil from the back of the pack has just conquered the Delaware handicap. Regil has won it. Runaway Diva second. Dazzling Mood drifted out badly. Majestic Oops and Queen of Missoula.
Regaled authoritative performance in this grade 3 Delaware handicap. Dazzling Move went awfully quick up front, just no response in the stretch.
Yeah, a lot faster than probably was planned, and then she started bearing out when she got tired, and it set it up for a back runner. Majestic Oops, I think she got tired chasing Dazzling Move, and then 2 horses that were held in abeyance. Regaled, absolutely picture-perfect ride. And nice to see Whit Beckman get a Dell handicap.
Daughter of Mo Heyman, 4th career win. Big one for her first graded stakes victory in this Delaware handicap. We'll be back with a nightcap from New York next.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Salamis, Chad Brown, coming off a maiden win, now picks up a stakes victory in this Gio Ponti, holding off Capitol Hill and Griffin's Wharf. $6.32 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Happy to be here with the winning jockey, Flavien Prat, who piloted the number 7 Salamis to victory. Flavien, you could just tell you had 2 armfuls of horse when they turned for home. Has to be a good feeling.
Yeah, no, I was a bit worried about the draw, but he jumped well, and I was going to get him forward, and it felt like everybody was kind of having the same intention, so I had a chance to tuck him in, and yeah, I was traveling very well all the way around.
He seems like a horse that's really stepped forward this year. Obviously 2 wins in a row and now a stake, but one that maybe just took a little bit of time to get going.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just needed a bit of time. Obviously, I thought last time was a good run, and he just repeat that run.
He certainly did. And you mentioned kind of everybody having the same idea. Not a lot of pace on paper, so everybody thinking maybe to be a bit more forward. How important is it to be flexible as a jockey and be able to adapt with however things play out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we all read the same form. You know, obviously I was outside, so and my horse, you know, ran a good race coming from behind, so I was able to just, you know, go to plan B, and yeah, it just worked out good.
Certainly did work out. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg?
Flavien Prat, good feeling, and when you ride for that barn, you get that feeling quite a bit. Chad Brown.
You can always kind of judge what you have underneath you because they're running up into your hands and they're letting you know like how much they're there for you. It's kind of fun to watch. And again, Flavien, there's just no hole in his game. He does everything so well.
Close things out for this week with this mile and a 16th turf race. New York Preds, $50,000 maiden climbing race. Deemer, no question, the one to beat, but he dropped into this level last start. Looked like he was going to roll by Mission Hill, although he's well clear of the rest of the field that they could not catch that one.
Yeah, I mean, we ran well. Runs that race back is going to be tough. I kind of felt like maybe he was supposed to get it done last time, though. No, it just felt like got there and was kind of content to be next to the winner.
There he is. Manny Franco will be back aboard for Cherie DeVoe, head of Plains Partners. Second try at the level. Will that be the charm for Deemer, the favorite, to close things out?
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
$1,600,000, thank you. Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $73 million. Turf runners earning more than $27 million of that total, and he sired 74 black-type winners. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of him as royalty.
He's the king of New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the full to Giants Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out nearly $4 million in stallion awards to the syndicate that owns Freud, and breeders have been rewarded with more than $9.2 million in award money through 2023. Thanks to sequel stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. He is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
Find out more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund at nybreds.com. It pays to be a New York bred. This program's incredible.
It is. It's one of the best breeding programs in the world, and New York breds start with an advantage. I should know. I'm a New York bred.
Yes, you are. This is the one to beat. Deemer in this New York bred maiden claiming race to close things out. Interested to hear Acacia's take on that performance when he dropped into this level last start, could not get by Mission Hill. Let's head downstairs.
Yeah, I'm with Richie, Greg. I feel like he should have gotten the job done that day. Just felt like he kind of hung and would not go by that foe. Now, one thing I will say about that race is that the pace really did hold together. It did not come back and was dominated on the front end, and this guy was able to drop in from the outside post. He got a little bit keen early on, as he had been a horse that was really all over the place early on, and then they had gelded him at the end of last year, and coming back this year as the 3-year-old, he had been far more settled. He got run off his feet by a pace setter 2-back, and then last time out just was not able to get there. Sharp saddling is a handier type of build. He's certainly fine, and maybe you could argue that top to bottom, this is a touch softer field than what he faced last time. But like I said, it did feel like he should have gotten the job done that day. A horse that ran behind him is the number 2, Let's Fight. And one thing to say about this one is that he was off of a layoff that day, and it was his first time getting onto the turf. He's by Fog of War, so that certainly gives an influence to get onto the grass. As on the bottom side, there really isn't much turf pedigree. But I thought that while he did run 5th, there were some things to be encouraged by in that performance. Drop back, was a little bit keen onto the first turn, and he was trying to run on late between horses. And I had noted watching that replay that he looks like he's very small, and he is. He's not the biggest, and strikes me as the type that probably really needed to strengthen with a start off of the layoff. He's sharp, he's bubbling here in the paddock for sure, and he does look incredibly fit, and I like him staying on the turf. I am wondering if we're going to see an even stronger effort from him, second off the bench and picking up Flavian Pratt. The number 5, Arches Assault, is a horse that also dropped into this level last time out, but a different race, and he was running behind the Craftsman. The 3rd place finisher, Spirit of the Law, came back to win, but on the dirt in his subsequent start. And I thought that Arches Assault had actually kind of broke running, and then when taken a hold of, he was forced to then kind of run on between horses late. He is a pretty big horse, and one that I'd written down last time out that he was very big and a horse that maybe just took a little bit of time to get going in his stride. And I almost wonder if running that way in stops and starts was just not ideal for him. The blinkers do come off, and that could certainly be something that will allow him to settle, maybe make an even running stride. Again, Joel Rosario with the soft hands to help a horse like that, and how important it is to be able to make one run as opposed to trying to stop and start, especially for this level of horse. And he looks fantastic for Charlie Baker, dappled from head to toe, Greg.
Positive signs for Arches Assault. Blinkers will come off for the first time in this 3-year-old's career, 6-1 right now on the 5.
And with Charlie Baker, it always feels like it's a bit of a tell to me when he reaches out for Joel Rosario. They've done quite well over the last several years teaming up together.
Yeah, had an impressive win with him this summer, Saratoga as well, with a maiden.
Yeah, no, he you know, definitely some trainers, they have their go-to guys who they're most comfortable with when they feel like they're very live. And it feels like when Charlie reaches for Joel.
Did you have trainers like that who came to you and maybe you were at some point you were tough to get, but they said, look, I really want you for this one. This horse is special.
Oh, absolutely. And they'd go to your agent just like that, too. Like, you know, I know you got an option here, but I think you really want to ride mine. And you knew who the guys who were really, really sharp and kind of had a handle on when they thought one was going to run really big.
This is Sunshine Dancer, who has been intriguing, a big improvement last start, just has really had issues getting out of the gate.
That's the big, you know, problem here. Can he get out cleanly? You know, War Dancer stands up there by Saratoga. At least he doesn't have any speed on his outside. The 12 Saul Frank has really not shown any speed, at least up to this point. So even if he doesn't break super sharp, maybe he won't get pinched back or squeezed back. He's got to overcome an outside post. I thought last time he ran extremely well with a less than ideal trip.
Regaled from that Delaware handicap. $8.40 for the win and put a lot of separation between that field. That was a big performance. There's Charlie Baker, terrific trainer. And he's, of the last couple of months, kind of started to really pick things up.
Yeah, Charlie went through a pretty slow period. But listen, this game is cyclical. No one's ever going to question Charlie's horsemanship. You just need horses. Horse trainer and a jockey can't make a horse run faster than they're capable of running. You've got to get them to get to their best they can be.
7-1 on I Can See That, who was in that Deemer race, but Deemer rolled right on by him, but that was off a short layoff for I Can See That. Now puts blinkers on. Here's the one, Scotia Bob, first-time starter.
First-time starter from Dave Donk. Dave Donk's horses usually get better with racing.
Let's Fight Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt.
I improved last time getting to the turf first time.
2 turf starts. Dominican Pirate have not gone well.
No, it's going to have to improve from what we've seen so far.
Deemer, last effort, dropped into this level, could not get by Mission Hill.
Certainly the horse to beat by Slumber. Very underrated stallion up at Rockridge Stud.
Arches Assault. Here's the Charlie Baker 3-year-old with Joel Rosario.
Horse that wants to be forward, takes the blinkers off, and you get Rosario.
I thought this horse interesting. Pedigree, the dam-produced stakes winner General Ken on the grass.
I really thought this horse, the mare has had 2 foals to win on turf, and like you said, including the stakes winner General Ken.
I could see that was in that Deemer race, 3 lengths behind.
And adds blinkers after showing speed, so might intensify that speed.
Blue Pills had 7 starts, only hit the board once.
Yeah, hard time making a case for this one.
Lucky Dragon, the 9, Mike Maselli. First on grass.
Dropping down the first time, trying turf and dropping down to claiming.
In spite of Charlie, blinkers come off after a 1-race experiment.
Yeah, I thought it ran well for maiden allowance last time. I think certainly a player at 6-1 here.
Kendra Carmouche, Sunshine Dancer, the one with the issues out of the gate.
This horse can get out of the gate cleanly and not get caught too wide. That's the key.
Saul the Frank has had 1 turf start. It was the debut. It was 76-1.
And was the best effort of this horse's career, but was beaten 18 1/4 lengths there.
So let's look at that Deemer start last time out. Was the favorite, dropping into State Bred Maiden 50 for Charito Vo, because it had been competitive against a lot better. Will come right up to Mission Hill, and I guess watch from home and deem if you think this horse hung or if this horse just couldn't get it done. I thought it was an okay effort.
It was a good effort. There's no doubt it was a good effort. It just felt like this horse had dead aim, looked like it was poised to roll on by, and I thought maybe looking a little bit more at the winner than really bearing down and running by that horse.
You didn't think Mission Hill was just finding more? You thought it was Deemer just hanging?
That's if I got to go with my first impression, I'm going to say it felt like Deemer hung a little bit. Now, listen, by Slumber, who I think is a very underrated stallion, gets runners. Think about Fluffy Socks, hasn't had the fullest books, and you're getting an opportunity to tap into that good Juddmonte pedigree. You know, he being by Cacique. This horse is, to me, Slumber, very underrated stallion, and of course this horse is the horse to beat. I just thought he could have got it done last time.
Only horse, by the way, Deemer, the 4. That results in the pick 6 getting hit today.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he actually rolls on by today or not. I think this race is a lot more intriguing, though, and I think there's some big prices here. that are worth a long, hard look.
Maybe this one. Let's fight. He was in that Deemer race. Did get bumped pretty darn hard out of the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, and you never know. It's hard to quantify how much it affects a horse. Horse gets hit just right, knocks some of the air out of them. It's like you and I jumping off to go on a run, and I reach over and I elbow you in the gut. Chances are you're going to run out of air a little bit.
And you probably would do that.
Well, I mean, we are talking about let's fight.
It's true. But horse ran on, okay, and look, that was the first time on the turf. It was off a lap, hadn't raced since February to end of August. So certainly you could see improvement. You get Pratt now as well, 4-1.
And a homebred for Buck Butler, his wife Loretta, last year's New York Breeder of the Year. And, you know, did it without a huge broodmare band, but look how successful they've been. And they're just such good people, and they love this game.
Let's head back down to Acacia.
And sticking with the horses coming out of that Deemer race, the number 7, I Can See That, does get an equipment change today with blinkers going on. A pretty good sized cup, a 3/4 blinker being added today. And I was not in the paddock for that race. I think I was actually on the set. But he did break so much sharper than he had previously on the dirt. And obviously he's been a tough horse to keep on the track, given that he has had some gaps in between his races and he has been slow. So I think it was a good sign that he broke sharper last time. He was forwardly placed as well. And he now comes back in the logical next spot. No layoff line, so certainly a positive there. Good weight, very strong. Again, with those blinkers, he's by War Dancer, so certainly some positive turf influence there. I think that he's another one out of that race who does make some sense. The 10, In Spite of Charlie, is taking a drop in class for the first time, whereas many of the others in here, as we've talked about, have been exposed against this level. He was off slow last time with the blinkers on for the first time, and then just was not able to rally enough. So the blinkers coming right back off, and it was just on September 18th, so just 10 days ago. He got very washy that day, and while he's been forward today, he has not been as hot or over the top as he was just 10 days ago. So I certainly do appreciate that about him. And good weight off the quick turnaround, which is also a positive. And sometimes horses that break slow with blinkers, being able to see their competition around them can certainly help them to be a little bit more focused. I want to talk about A Bomb, the number 6, Solo Dancing, kept catching my eye back in the paddock because this horse, as Greg, you even touched on in the post parade, has some turf pedigree. Half to General Ken. Both siblings actually won on the grass, and the second dam, while she never won on the turf, she was 4th in races like the Orchid and the Swanee River, races going long on the turf. And this one has a turf hoof. He looks like a turf horse through and through, saddled, accompanied by the pony. He's been pretty forward. I know he hasn't shown much on the dirt, but I'm very interested in him getting onto the turf for the first time at a massive price.
Positive signs with a 53-1 shot. I think we all saw it. You actually wind up picking this horse.
I'm just trying to be clever here. A horse that has a pedigree that suggests the turf would do it. I love that Acacia liked the way this horse looked. You're getting Kyle Mirage, who you're getting a 7-pound weight advantage. 7 pounds off as a 2-star apprentice, meaning he hasn't won 35 races yet. So he's in a receipt from anywhere from 7 to 11 pounds. I'm sorry, Christian Mirage. It's been a long week. And I got this cold.
It's all right. 51-1. And this youngster, we'll see how this horse moves. 3 tries under. Tried to get him on the turf last start. It was washed off.
And Mark Hennig's barn has really come to life. Horses are running well. Listen, I just think this is a race where maybe you can mine a bomb, a long shot.
Hennig started off the late pick 5 with stamp of approval. See if he can end it here with a huge bomb at 50-1. But one that has turf pedigree, and according to Acacia, has that turf hoof as well. So positives. Deemer, though, 6-5 favorite. Again, the 4, now even money. The only one that results in the pick 6 getting hit.
Wow. Well, let's see if we'll have a carryover into Thursday's card.
Loading up. Chris Griffin.
Are you involved?
Not in the pick 6.
Oh, okay.
With the call here this nightcap.
Sunshine Dancer. Movement to the inside there, Scotia Bob. More settled. Solo Dancing going in. Sunshine Dancer's in. Sold the Frank. Last to load to the outside. The Sunday finale. Belmont at the Big A. All set. And they're off. Breaking very inward there was Let's Fight, and Scotia Bob got real tight there. It's going to be the leader now. I Can See That. And I Can See That will take him into that first turn. Arch's Assault is towards the inside. Will Save Ground is now a close-up second. Solo Dancing in between horses wants to get out. And their Solo Dancing now secures that third spot. Outside of that one comes Lucky Dragon at the rail, and now patiently ridden Let's Fight. Deemer is in between horses, tugging at Manny Franco, wants to move on through. Is now in the 6th position, moving forward. Then in the center of the course, here comes In Spite of Charlie, who is now moving right along there, as towards the back end of the field will be Blue Pill. Blue Pill is followed towards the outside by Solda Frank. Then comes Dominican Pirate, and the early trailer, that is Sunshine Dancer. And one far, far back, actually, is going to be Scotia Bob. After the trouble at the start, has got to be 15, almost 20 lengths now, the trailer. 48.60. Half-mile time, the leader, I Can See That. I Can See That. Arch's Assault, tugging as well, as wants to muscle on through. It seems a tight hold here in quite a few of these as they work into the far turn now. I Can See That. Arch's Assault, Solo Dancing 3 wide. At the rail, Let's Fight is trying to rally on. Deemer still with nowhere to go. Has horse, but no running room. Out wider, here comes a run from In Spite of Charlie, is looming about 5 wide as they're trying to pounce on this leader, but the leader is still well clear. I Can See That at the top of the lane, now gets the cue to kick for home. I Can See That, still some trouble at the back. Deemer now finds some clear running room, but had a lot of trouble in behind horses. Also trying to run on In Spite of Charlie from the back. Here comes Blue Pill, is extending late, but it is all I Can See That. Way out in front, I Can See That will win the finale easily. Up there for second is In Spite of Charlie. Then came a photo. That's Blue Pill with Let's Fight in 1 minute 42.51 seconds.
I Can See That. Aggressive early. Ricardo Santana Jr. blinkers on and extends that margin into the stretch.
Yeah, added blinkers after showing good speed last time and just improved on that speed. And Ricardo Santana has been such a welcome addition to this jockey colony. He's aggressive. He's not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed. And Bruce Levine, a trainer who's been winning races for as long as I can remember, just a terrific horseman, gets it done with I Can See That for Jay Provenzano's Flying Peace stable.
Turns the tables on Deemer. Deemer really had nothing today.
No, listen, he was in a little bit of traffic, but did he really finish so strong when he did get the daylight? Kind of ran on a little bit one pace. Nice effort from In Spite of Charlie. Not a great draw being drawn outside, but improved after, having to race wide because of that draw. But that was a nice effort, but no doubt about the winner. I Can See That. Well, he could see it clearly. The path to victory was being aggressive and going to the lead.
Indeed. Blinkers going on. Start number 2 on the turf. And turns the tables on Deemer, who finished well ahead of him last time out. Rolled right on by him. Not today. 9-1 to close out the card. Flying Peace stable. Bruce Levine, Ricardo Santana Jr. Back with prices to wrap up this card next. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, in the most impressive 2-year-old debut of the year, It's Our Time won by nearly 18 lengths.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
And now starts in the Champagne Stakes, a win in your in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, one of 5 stakes races from Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races, Saturday, noon Eastern on FS1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As I can see that gets the victory. Bruce and I were just bemoaning the drive between Aqueduct and Saratoga, but Bruce, it's a nice short walk to the winner's circle here, and has to be really rewarding to see that horse break his maiden today like that.
Yeah, we've been waiting like 3 years to get him on the grass, and last time he ran a little green, first time going long, he really didn't have much in him, and today, you know, he had to race into him. We put some blinkers on him, and he ran straight as an arrow, and he really ran good.
Now getting a chance to put 2 races together. I know he's had some layoff lines. The way that he's been breaking too, so much sharper out of the gate, all those really kind of seem to be indications that he's just doing very well right now.
He is. Right now, knock wood, he's very sound. He had a lot of issues, but right now he's really good. So hopefully we'll run him back before the meet's over.
It has to be very special too. On top of that, being a New York bred, getting a chance to do what you want to do, and the patience paying off a bit. Knowing you were right, he is a turf horse.
Yeah, you know, it's a patient owner because he just had so many problems, and you got to give him time. And you know, it's tough when you got to give him so much time.
It all came together today. Well done to the entire team.
Thank you very much.
Greg.
Yeah, 5-year-old who has just never had an opportunity to put races together. Debuted March of 23. Didn't see him for a year. Then didn't see him for another year. Was off for about, 4 months. Now is it first time he's been able to put together back-to-back races.
And you can see the difference it made. The blinkers, more professional. The race under his belt, certainly fitter. By-war dancer, you knew he was going to like the turf, especially after the last effort. And he was the one that was aggressive. Ricardo, he's kind of a take-no-prisoners kind of rider. And it fits well. You know, you control a race from the front end.
It's been an incredible addition to this jockey colony and making people think twice, too, about tactics.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing over the years we've found in New York is a lot of riders kind of want to break and see what happens. They don't want to create or try to put horses on the lead. There's nothing wrong with speed. Speed is always dangerous, and Ricardo, he's kind of hit on that. And it's also been kind of historically, if you show that initiative here, then other people adjust around you. I like that. I mean, you know, jockey's job is, and also if you're going to make a mistake, make it an aggressive mistake.
Yeah.
Don't allow yourself to be victimized.
So carry over into the Pick 6 in next week on Thursday. We will see you for that. Yesterday, we had a big Saturday, obviously 5 graded stakes on the card. Gallant Bloom, Our Disaster, just laid over this field.
Yeah, speed from the inside. Jose Ortiz, good day for him, 3 wins, and just allowed her to use that speed and bounce along. And listen to the ownership group afterwards, you know, they're pretty realistic. They just want to manage her properly, not overextend her, put her in races where they feel like she can win. She's never been worse than second. She's ultra honest, ultra consistent. I mean, I like watching this Gallant Bloom, but I wouldn't mind if you guys put that one of the Gallant Blooms I want up there again.
How many did you have?
I won 3 of them. Katinka, Miss Golden Circle, and Harmony Lodge.
Our Disaster, though, impressive here. She was just way too good for this field and put them away early with her speed. Good for her. Big performance. Meanwhile, in the Vosburg, there's no... the horse who probably would be favored is not going to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's Bookham Dano. Patriot Spirit just beat a group that included the second and third place finishers to him in the Forego.
He was a winner every step of the way. He broke out of the gate sharp. He was always pulling Javier Castellano into the race. Loved the interview with Michael, his trainer. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank now on his list. Michael Campbell, his son Jess Campbell, very good rider in Chicago area. But this horse has gotten good and just seems to continue to get better.
Take a look at the stakes winners from yesterday. Rebels Romance was incredibly dominant, on to try and win a 3rd Breeders' Cup Turf. Locked, putting himself, if connections choose, into the mix for the Classic. And, you know, Our Disaster, Patriot Spirit, we've talked about. Allegan, bring the band home's the unquestioned, I think, leader in the clubhouse in that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Does he deserve to be there?
Well, you know, listen, when you got a horse that's specialized at something specific, like being a turf sprinter, you got to give him their opportunity, particularly a horse like Allegan, who just shows up every time. When he doesn't win, he still gives you that effort.
That was impressive as well. We are back again next Thursday, 1 Eastern start time. Pick 6 carryover of $26,885 for that Thursday card. We'll see you then, 1 Eastern start time. See if you can put together that sequence. We thought it was tough going in. Proved to be extremely tough. Gio Ponti, Salamis, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt off a maiden win. Now a stakes winner of the Geoponti. On Saturday, Joe Hurst Turf Classic. He just keeps on traveling and winning. Rebels Romance will look for a third Breeders' Cup Turf Championship when he heads to Del Mar after taking the Joe Hurst Turf Classic, and Locked, impressive in the woodwork.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.